Good morning, everybody. We'll be starting shortly within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Sorry for the slight delay. And enjoy the morning. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to TEDxYouth UWC Thailand. My name is Rus Kagil, and I am honoured to be your host here today. Today, we embark on a journey of inspiration, innovation, and impact. Our theme, Together We Change, reminds us that transformation happens collectively, through our shared efforts, ideas, and actions, and not just on our own. Now, before we begin, I'd like to thank our sponsors who are here today at the front. Without their support, none of this would be possible. So, can I have a big round of applause for our official sponsors, AIS 5G, #1 network in Thailand, and Carnival Magic, a Thai-inspired carnival theme park, who have funded this entire event. So can we please give them a big round of applause? Also, I'd like to give a big shout out to Project Artisan, who have supplied the delicious food here. And finally, Yang Feng Car Seating and Interior for their support. Can we have a round of applause for them, please? Thank you. Now, before we get started with our speakers, I'd just like to show a brief video explaining a bit more about TEDx and what it's all about. Thank you.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theatres, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Now, you've just seen this event is independently organised under a license from TED. The X in TEDx stands for Independently Organised TED Event, bringing the event of TED's mission of ideas worth spreading to local communities all around the world. Now, the theme of this TEDx, Together We Change, aligns perfectly with the TEDx mission, ideas worth spreading. But only when we, today as we explore 14 diverse talks, I invite you to consider how we might collaborate to turn these ideas into meaningful actions, and how these talks here today on stage do not just stay in this room. Before we begin, I'd like to remind everyone to silence their phones. We encourage you to be present and engage fully with our speakers here today. Let's show respect for each presenter by giving them our complete attention. Now, are you ready to be inspired? Let's begin our first session of speakers. Our first speaker is Sofia Compagnona. She explores art as a universal language that connects cultures. A UWC Thailand student, school ambassador, and ASEC athlete, she's passionate about visual arts, theatre, and music, with her title of her talk, Building Bridges, Not Walls, Through Art. Please welcome to the stage, Sofia Compagnona.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to start the speech actually by inviting you to close your eyes, if you're comfortable with that, or maybe lower your gaze, if not. And I would like to ask you to imagine a dark cave. A dark cave thousands of years ago. The flickering firelight is lighting up the walls, and it's revealing paintings of hunts, handprints, scratches, and stories that are told in shapes and colors. Now you may open your eyes if you had them closed. Why am I making you imagine this? The reason is because this is how our ancestors communicated. Way before words, and way before language was created, and before language actually, well, divided us. They told their stories through art. It was a bridge, a way to connect and to leave a mark. It was to say, hey, I was here, this is what I saw, this is what I felt. Now, if we fast forward thousands of years, right now, basically, where we're all standing, isn't it almost remarkable that despite all of these advancements that we have in our world, we still tend to turn to art when words fail us? When language divides us, art becomes the bridge. So today, I'd actually want to ask you a couple of questions. What if we saw art not just as a form of expression, but as a tool for transformation? What if we use art to build bridges between communities, cultures, and generations? Why? Well, because together, even through art, we have the power to change the world. Now, by show of hands, I'd like to ask who here has seen a live theater performance? Okay, there's quite a few of you. It's quite a big experience. You know, it depends on which stage you're there, but when you're there, it's incredible. You know, I still remember the first time I saw my first live experience in a theater. And I remember sitting in the audience and not really know what to expect. There was these big curtains covering everything. But the second that the lights dimmed and the curtains opened and the story came to life on the stage, something inside me changed. It was as if the world had opened up right in front of me on that stage. And I was completely swept away by the music, the characters, and just the story overall. And for the first time, I thought to myself, wow, I truly feel this power of storytelling, but in such a magical form. So that moment changed my life. And right then, I knew that I wanted to be part of that magic, but not just in the audience. No, I wanted to be on the stage. So, if we follow my story, I've performed in quite a few theater performances, but my main two were actually here at UWC Thailand. And some of you may remember me as Morticia Adams in this year's musical, The Addams Family, or as Miss Darbus last year in High School Musical. Quite the difference, I know. But being part of those stories and those shows was actually about much more than just singing and acting in a group or on your own. It was about connecting with people. It was about bringing a story to life together. And it was about creating something way bigger as a group than one of us could have done alone. It was about making the people in the audience feel something, just like I did when I was sitting in front of that stage for the first time. Being part of those shows showed me the real power of theater. It has the unique ability to bring people together, to open hearts, to open minds, and to remind us that we're actually not alone. So, I'm telling a theater story, but theater is not actually for everyone. Not everyone here put their hand up. It may not be your thing. So let me tell you another story. This may resonate with you a little more. So, music, right? I have lived with music for my entire life, and I've loved it ever since I was about this tall. And my parents would live with music playing in the background, all sorts of music, you know, and I would dream about being in a band and, you know, writing music, writing original songs, and then going to play live shows and perform in front of thousands and thousands of people. And for a moment I thought, that's just a dream. It's just gonna stay a dream. But one day, I went to see Ghost live. Now, I don't know if you know Ghost or not, but you may have been to a concert, and especially if it's your favorite band, when you're standing there in the crowd and the lights are dazzling and the people are playing and you feel your favorite songs, you think, wow, it's right in front of me, isn't it? And, you know, this was a metal show, so everyone, for one moment, was bouncing and dancing and jumping together to a beat. There were no words, it was a beat. There was guitars, there were instruments, but no words. So I thought to myself, people here understand the same thing, even though there's no words being said. And that experience reignited my childhood dream. Now, if we fast forward to my story, Today I'm the co-founder and drummer of a band that releases original music and goes on gigs. And it was a dream that took years to come true, but I strongly believe that it wouldn't have been possible without the inspiration that I found in that live performance that I saw. And it's not about just playing the music for the sake of it. It's actually about using it to connect with people, to meet people around the world, and to share stories, to build bridges between experiences and emotions. Now, some of you may know Plato. He said, music gives a soul to the universe, wings to the mind, flight to the imagination, and life to everything. Sophia, what does that mean? Why did you choose this quote? I chose this because what I believe he's trying to say is that music is a universal language. It doesn't matter where you're from, what language you speak. When the right melody hits, we all understand it. We all can recognize a good song. We don't have to understand the words behind it. Which means that music can break down walls. It can bring people together in a way that nothing else can. So whether it's theater, music, visual arts, dance, any form of art you can think of, art connects us. It transcends the boundaries that separate us and reminds us that we're all human and we're all part of the same story at the end of the day. And that's where the real power of art lies, in its ability to inspire change. It gives us the courage to dream of something bigger, but it also gives us the strength to make it happen. And when we create art together, like I said, whether it's a musical production, a song, or maybe a mural in our community that we worked with together, we build something that is far greater than the sum of its parts. We create bridges where there once were walls. So I chose two quotes for you that I would like for you to look at. The first one is from Banksy. And it says, "Art should comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable." Now, I suggest you write this quote down somewhere, and maybe you take time later to read it, because I'm convinced that to fully understand the true depth of this, you need at least 5 reads. Or you can read it now 5 times. The second one is from Michelle Obama, and it reads, "The arts are not just a nice thing to have or to do if there's free time or if one can afford it. Rather, they all define who we are as people, and they provide an account of our history for the next generation." Once again, Sophia, these are great quotes, but why? Why did you choose them? Well, I chose them because they explain that art can challenge us. It can open conversations that we're afraid to have. Am I right? It can inspire the action, and it can transform communities to move people to change the world. So, Sophia, why did you make me think of a cave at the beginning of the speech, and now you're not talking about the cave anymore, you're talking about Michelle Obama, you're talking about Banksy? Well, here's the thing. We're actually not so different from those cave painters, when you really think about it. We are still trying to make sense of this world. We're still trying to leave a mark behind. But the real question is, what kind of mark do we want to leave behind? What do these generations want to leave for the next generation to understand? How can we create environments when art can thrive and build these fundamental bridges? I challenge you to seek out opportunities and engage in your art community. Maybe you don't know it yet, but there's opportunities out for anyone. You can go and support local artists. You can go attend performances, visit a museum, and participate in a creative project. But don't stop there. Don't just observe. Create. Go and find a way to build a bridge through art, in whatever way resonates with you. Who knows, maybe you can volunteer your time and do an art project with some underprivileged children. Or maybe you can put your social media to good use and support a small local artist. Or maybe just a small artist who's posting their art on social media, and you can give them a little bit of exploration in your social media by promoting their art. Every action, no matter how small, has the potential to create a ripple effect and inspire others to join the movement. Because together, we have the power to change the world through art. Whether it's a song, whether it's a play, a photograph, Like I said, anything can be art, and anything has an act of creation, and it can be a chance to build a bridge, to connect, and to inspire. So, I'll ask you again, in 3 questions that I want you to read very carefully and think about. What bridges will you build? What are the stories that you will tell? And what is the change that you will trigger and you will inspire? Because together, when words fail and when words rise, art remains. It fights these walls. It's out for everyone. You may not know, but it's there. And it's waiting for all of us to take the chance. Why? Because together, we change. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia, for that beautiful reminder of how art serves as a universal language that brings us together across cultures and backgrounds. Thank you very much, Sophia, for that. Can we give her another round of applause? Now, moving on to our second speaker of the morning, we have Christopher McLean, who will be exploring founded optimism through the inspiring journey of Shou Wu, an illiterate Chinese immigrant who became a successful businessman in early 1900s Canada. His talk highlights how recognizing progress alongside challenges can drive a meaningful change. Now, can we please welcome to the stage possibly the best global politics teacher ever, Christopher McLean.
Thank you. Thanks, Sophia. Okay, what do you see in this photo? It is said that there are 2 types of people in the world, optimists and pessimists. The optimist sees the storm on the horizon and packs an umbrella and sunscreen, expecting and anticipating the rainbow on the other side. The pessimist complains about getting wet. My great-grandfather, he'd be building weather apps and improving drainage systems, wondering why we're all complaining and debating the forecast. This is a photo of my great-grandfather, Wu Shu, and my great-grandmother, Lum Shi. It was taken in 1920 on their wedding day, but their story doesn't begin here. I'll go back. Wu Shu was born into poverty in 1887 in a small town in the Sunhui province in China. Actually, the village where he was born, Sadui, literally means pile of sand. Shu's story begins with a search. Some of his uncles were among the 15,000 Chinese laborers who went to the Pacific Northwest to work on the railroad and in the mines. They faced horrific conditions, discrimination, and daily risk of death. One of his uncles was killed in a mine in what is now Washington State. So, when Wu Shu was just 11 years old, he boarded a ship with another uncle bound for Canada, Vancouver, Canada. Their mission, to find the lost uncle's grave. By show of hands, how many of you in the audience today have an immigration story in the last 3 generations? Okay, so you can relate to this story. They never found the uncle's grave. And for reasons that my family doesn't fully know, the surviving uncle went back to China, leaving behind Wu Shu, an 11-year-old boy who couldn't read or write, could only speak Cantonese, to fend for himself in Canada. He ended up finding a job as a houseboy with a white Canadian family in New Westminster. Our lives have critical junctures, key moments where a decision can take us down a completely different path. Wu Shu, being left in Canada as a young boy to fend for himself, this was one of his critical junctures. And in fact, not just for him, for all the generations that came after him, and for my family and myself as well. As I stand here today at this conference theme, Together We Change, I want to talk about something that I think about every day, personally and professionally. Optimism. Not naive idealism, but optimism grounded in a fact-based worldview. As somebody who teaches global politics and history, sometimes I feel like the Roman god Janus with two faces. One face is looking backward at our history, at where we've come. But the other face is looking forward at our possibilities. And here's where I see a gap, a problem. The historical data tells us something remarkable. The world is significantly better than it was in the past. Most people now live in countries at least in the middle income bracket. Child mortality has plummeted. Fewer people die from disease, conflict, and famine. We live longer, healthier lives. More and more children are getting an education. Women's rights have improved dramatically. And yet, many of us are unaware of this progress. In fact, research shows we tend to have a negative perception of how the world has changed. So, inspired by the great Swedish statistician Hans Rosling, I decided to test this myself. For the past few years, in my classes, I have been asking my students these questions. For example, in the last 20 years, the proportion of the world population living in poverty has increased or decreased. You get the idea. The results have been clear and consistent. My students, like most people in the world, consistently think things are worse than they actually are. So why this disconnect? Why this flawed perception? Are my students pessimists? Are we all natural pessimists? What's going on here? Okay? Thankfully, there's been a lot of research into this area. Here are 3 reasons I'm going to share with you today for this gap between perception and reality. Okay? The first reason is that it's biological. Okay? Research by psychologists Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky, Nobel Prize-winning psychologists, have shown us that the pleasure we get from gaining is not as high as the pain we receive from a loss. And this leads to something called loss aversion. Show of hands, can any of you think of a time in your life when fear of a loss held you back and caused you not to go for an opportunity? I know I have. So loss aversion is a mental trap because we become so focused on avoiding losses that we miss opportunities for growth and change. It's great for survival, but it can provide a skewed perception of reality because the negative events and memories stay with us. They're stronger than the positive events. So our biology hardwires us for loss aversion. The second reason is our information diet. Unless we actively seek diverse perspectives, our views are shaped by mass media that focuses on extraordinary, unusual, usually negative events. And this pattern is now augmented by social media. Influencers, companies trying to sell you a product, even human rights NGOs raising awareness about issues use the same tactics. They present problems that make you feel like there's something wrong with you or with the world, and you need to act immediately to either buy their product or donate to their cause. Now, I'm not saying there are no challenges in the world that we need to be paying attention to. But the issue is that these narratives distort the broader reality of the progress we're making. So our biology hardwires us for loss aversion. Our information diet can overwhelm us with a skewed representation of what's happening. And the third reason is that progress feels slow. Historian Daniel Wooten notes that our GDP per capita in the world has increased 8-fold in the last 100 years. And yet, when you average that at only 3% per year, you may not notice it. People don't remember the world that they were born into. They remember the last few months, when progress seems invisible. So, let me return to my great-grandfather, Wushu. While working as a houseboy, he taught himself to read and write in English and Cantonese by reading the newspaper every day. He sent whatever money he could back to his mother in China. He learned to navigate both Chinese and Canadian cultures, and later on leveraged this cross-cultural capability to build successful businesses in logging and fisheries, connecting Western Canada and China. Together, he and my great-grandmother had 8 children, the last of whom was my grandfather. He's the little guy in the middle there. Wushu was a man of strong character and ethics. He insisted that all his daughters go to university, a revolutionary idea at the time. Despite facing considerable discrimination as a Chinese Canadian, he propelled my family from illiteracy and poverty to prosperity and education in a single generation. That is a critical juncture. I believe none of it would have been possible without optimism. Now, I feel that some of you in the audience may be skeptical of this claim. But as I always tell my students to do, I can back this claim up with research. The science backs this up. Barbara Fredrickson's research revealed something fascinating. Optimists literally see more possibilities than pessimists. Their minds expand, making connections that others miss. And when obstacles arise, Jean Alarcon's meta-analysis of 97 studies shows that optimists persevere and develop effective coping strategies which allow them to find new paths forward. Wushu's success wasn't simply about personal resilience or an opportunistic eye. So let me rephrase. Resilience and opportunism is strengthened with optimism, right? But his success wasn't only about that. His success also came because of how he acted and because he was lucky to land in the community in which he landed. My great-grandfather didn't succeed alone. He succeeded because his new community gave him a chance. He succeeded because he built bridges between cultures, something that you're probably going to hear a lot about today. He succeeded because he believed in investing in a future that he was certain would be better. His story shows optimism doesn't just affect how we see the world, it affects how we act in it. This is the hidden power of optimism. It gives us the resilience to weather challenges, the vision to spot opportunities, but most importantly, it inspires us to reach out, to collaborate, and to harness the remarkable potential that exists when we come together across cultures, generations, and divides. We're living in a time when optimism is under threat. Many of our world's leaders sing only narratives of despair, anger, and pessimism. But when I look at my great-grandfather's story, who arrived alone, unable to read or write, yet built a legacy of education and opportunity, I see the power of founded optimism. 2 Junes ago, I sat with my grandfather. His name was Bing Wu, but I called him Gung Gung using the Cantonese honorific. I sat with him in the final days of his life. He became a successful investment counselor who helped guide national pension funds. Like his father before him, he spent his life looking for opportunities, tracking human progress, and collaborating with others. I asked him in those final days what message he wanted to pass on. I want to share them with you now, his message with you now. He said, "Stay optimistic about humankind's ability to creatively work together to solve the problems that we face." So at the end of today, I'd like you to take a moment to consider 2 questions. What would change in your life if you approached challenges with founded optimism rather than reflexive pessimism? Secondly, like Wushu and my grandfather Bing, where might you build bridges across cultures that could create opportunities for yourself and for those who follow? Founded optimism is not blind hope. The challenges today are real, okay? But our capacity it's the reminder that our capacity to overcome them is greater. The data shows us how much progress we've made, how far we've come. When we combine optimism with meaningful action, we don't just change our own stories, we can change the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for that reminder that optimism grounded in real evidence can be a driving force for positive change. Your story of Showu beautifully illustrates how hope combined with action can transform not just individual lives, but entire communities across communities. Now, our next speaker is Zarina Nico Thomas Casil, who will challenge us to see poverty as a systemic design rather than individual failure. In her talk titled Decolonizing Poverty, Unmasking the Structural Design of Inequality, she examines how colonial history continues to shape economic and social inequalities even today. So, can we please welcome to the stage the best boarding house parent ever, Nico.
Before dawn, I woke up to the sound of my parents and their not so quiet conversations and the roosters. And there they are preparing for another long day out in the fields. Hard work did not guarantee 3 meals a day, and resilience was not a choice, but a necessity. I grew up in the northern mountains of the Philippines from an indigenous Igorot Ibaloy community where people shared what little they had, and even when there's almost nothing to give. I am Zarina Nico Tomas Casil, and I'm the first from my family to break free from generational cycles of poverty and lack of education. A journey that has meant challenging deeply entrenched barriers, be it economic, sociocultural, or political. And as a non-binary person of color, and as a female in male-dominated fields like political science and philosophy, my very existence in every space I had occupied had often felt like resistance. For years, living and breathing firsthand experiences of poverty and discrimination, I have worked hard to understand inequality in the lens of decolonial and feminist philosophy. And the question that has followed me throughout my life was, why does poverty exist? And why does it disproportionately impact communities like mine? In school and in societies, I have encountered the dominant economic narrative that poverty is somewhat self-inflicted, that poor people are poor because they just don't work hard enough. But I knew this was a lie, as my lived experiences have told a different story. My family, like many indigenous farmers, have worked from dawn till dusk, yet financial stability remained out of reach. Understanding that poverty is more than mere individual shortcomings or failures is key. There are systemic forces that feed poverty and inequality. Stay with me as I make this clearer. Over the past few decades, the Philippines, my home country, has shown seemingly robust GDP economic growth of about 7%. However, this has not translated to poverty reduction or income equality. And in 2015, the poverty rate remained at 21.6%, wherein farmers and fishing families experienced the highest rates of poverty. What's particularly striking is that majority of poor fishing and farmer families live in rural areas of the country, which are also largely indigenous communities. This stark reality reveals an important truth, that economic growth alone is not enough. We need to examine the structure of economic distribution that determines who benefits and remains excluded from these systems. My question then for all of you, the audience here today, is that if poverty is not self-inflicted, then where does it stem from? To understand this, we must look beyond economic numbers and into historical forces that built these inequalities. As a case study, again, my home country, the Philippines has had a long, tragic history of colonization being placed under consecutive colonial rulers. Spanish colonization took 400 years, immediately followed by the US annexation, and then the British and the Japanese briefly occupied the country for brief periods. After the Second World War, the Philippines was only beginning to build its foundation as a sovereign or independent country, while still grappling with the remnants of the colonial rule and the devastations of the war. During US colonization, disparities between communities have deeply deepened. Spanish-era elites were already privileged with some sort of education and political platforms, gained even more prominence under the US rule. English was imposed as the primary language in schools, which further isolated rural communities and indigenous communities. Missionary programs favored Filipinos with Spanish heritage, granting them access to wealth and education, further reinforcing generational inequalities. Even till today, economic disadvantages remain stark. The farther a community is away from Manila or the formerly colonial areas and now urban areas, the more economically disadvantaged these communities tend to be. These hierarchies are not contemporary or endogenous phenomenon. They are rooted in colonial legacies that persist even in the country's current democratic institutions. But these colonial influences were not just economic and political, they're also geographic. If you look at the map here of the Philippines, the very borders of our nation were not drawn for our people's well-being and future, but for colonial convenience. Geography and climate undeniably shape a country's economic trajectory, but what's important to note here is that the boundaries of modern states, including those formerly colonized, were drawn to facilitate trade routes and exploit local natural resources and control local labor. Colonial cartography, the art of mapping nations' boundaries, have projected territories that suited European powers, disregarding indigenous local governance and sociocultural landscapes. European explorers saw the Philippines as a strategic passage to the Pacific and Indian Oceans, carving out a state that primarily served foreign interests rather than its local people. This imposed geography continued to manifest the challenges that the government and the economic trajectory of the country face today. Beyond geographic hurdles, colonial cartography have also shaped the country's demographic composition. The country, home to 110 diverse ethno-linguistic tribes, were forcibly unified under the Spanish rule without regard for its cultural or linguistic cohesion. Early colonial maps, as the one you see here from Pedro Murillo Velarde in 1774, illustrate the very scattered nature of the country, which again foreshadows the governance struggles that we still face till today. The effects of colonial legacies are not just seen in policies and institutions, but they shape the very way that people, individuals, dream and strive. Think of a world where your aspirations are shaped by not your dreams, but your environment. Debroge-Ray's theory of aspiration and poverty explores this powerful relationship, shedding light on how economic inequality is deeply intertwined with an individual's ability to aspire. This vision is echoed in my work, Dreams and Inspirations, where I've focused primarily on empowering youth from impoverished, far-flung indigenous communities in the Philippines. This initiative, which has been featured in TV stations and other media, highlights how cultivating aspirations can shift a young person's trajectory and future. When we expand their aspiration window through mentorship, education, and access to opportunities, we don't just help them dream. We help them realize those dreams through empowerment workshops, all while encouraging social engagement for structural advocacy. Despite perceived economic growth, many formerly colonized countries like the Philippines remain plagued by extreme inequality, elitism, and fragile democracy. These issues are deeply entangled within the country's colonial institutions that still shape the national and communal development till today. If there's one thing I'd like you to take away from my talk today, is to note that poverty is not merely a self-inflicted reality. It is a manufactured condition sustained by a system that have long prioritized those who are privileged and while keeping others at the bottom. So when you see poverty, when you look around, think deeply. What are the structures that enable it? And I urge you to reflect. If we are to build a much more just and equitable world, think of the historical forces that have shaped all these instances you're seeing. What role do you play in dismantling these legacies? And how can we collectively, together, work towards a common goal and future? Together, we can reimagine a decolonized future, one that is just, inclusive, and truly free from shadows of colonialism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nico, for that thought-provoking examination of poverty through a decolonial lens and how post-colonialism is a real issue still today. Now, moving on to our fourth speaker of the day, sometimes the smallest actions can lead to those profound actions. Our next speaker, Levi, shares a deeply personal journey of overcoming severe social anxiety, where even the simplest interactions felt impossible. The title, I Asked for a Fork and It Changed My Life, recounts how one small request became a turning point in his life. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage, Levi.
This is what I looked like just 2 years ago.
And to become the person I am today, I had to change what I ate, change what I drank, change when I slept. I went to the gym every day, and on top of that, I ran 10 kilometers. I probably had to change what I thought just to save some calories. But as much as I changed physically, that's actually not what I'm here to talk to you about today. Growing up, I always faced severe social anxiety. And that might be a strange idea to some of you because, well, how am I on this stage giving a TED Talk to all of you lovely people? And don't get me wrong, I wasn't an introvert by any means. In fact, when I was growing up, all of the people around me told me that I just wouldn't shut up. But when it came to talking to strangers, even something as simple as ordering food at a restaurant was just simply impossible for me. Even why I know how to use chopsticks today, it's not because, well, I realize the cultural significance of them to my Chinese background. No, it's just that whenever we went to the Chinese restaurant, I was simply too scared to ask for a fork. And yeah, it was naive of me at the time, but it's crazy to think how something as simple as asking for a fork can hold a person back so much. To be honest, I didn't even know what I was so scared of, because I've gone through these social situations before, and every time it's gone perfectly, so I should have no root for this trauma. And so I should know that, if I went to go order food, they wouldn't just laugh at me or something like that. And let's just take a moment to think. I'm sure a lot of you guys can also relate with the feeling of facing a problem or a struggle that we don't even understand the cause of. Well, that's something that I can't really get to grasp even to this day. My parents did everything in their power to help me ease up in these social situations. Even something as simple as asking for the bill at a restaurant was something that they had tasked me with, but to no avail. So after exhausting so many options and seeing no progress, I accepted the social anxiety as a part of me, and I found ways around it. When I went out with friends or family, I'd let them do the talking for me. And when I was out by myself, sometimes I just completely withhold the request at times. So what changed? Well, at the start of secondary school, I met two of my then closest friends. And shortly after, they joined a debate class. And in the following week, they pushed me to join every day, every hour, every minute. But it doesn't really take a genius to figure out that debating and social anxiety don't exactly go hand in hand. But the funny thing about people is that even when you're so sure about the absurdity of something like debating for somebody like me at the time, you start to consider it when people like that push it on you so much. And so I started weighing the options, On one hand, I would literally be setting myself up for failure. Why would I do something that I knew I wasn't going to succeed at? And on the other hand, I could stay within my comfort zone. I wouldn't be laughed at. I would be chilling. But I'd also be a pretty bad friend for not trying it after they'd talked to me about it so much. And so I folded. I decided to go to one class, just one class, to see what it was about. Because I thought about it, and I realized that, at most, I'll get laughed at, I'll get I don't know what they'll say to me, to be honest, but I just knew that the worst thing that could happen was that I just waste one afternoon of my life. And to this day, I'm grateful for that slightest crack in my mindset, because that was one of the best decisions I've made in my entire life. Now, it's safe to say that I was definitely not a natural when it comes to debating. Yeah, I quickly realized that I love debating because it was fun for me, and I practiced all of the skills, the techniques, the strategies in my own time. But I also realized that it wasn't enough. If I wanted to achieve those heights that I was striving for in debating, I would need to do much more. And so slowly but surely, I started answering questions in class, to asking questions, to participating in class activities, to even joining mock debates. Slowly but surely, I was pushing myself further and further out of my comfort zone. And it was working, because not only did I feel my debate skill improving, I also felt that class of 20-something people who were once strangers, well, they were now peers with me who were on that journey to grow. And when I was outside, yeah, it was still awkward to order food or ask for directions or whatever it was. But the important thing was, through these few weeks of debating, I realized that I wasn't holding these requests in anymore, and I was actually going through with them. And just 6 weeks later, I found myself at my first debate competition. And going into each one of those rooms, I was worried, because not only did I have to prepare and present a speech under time pressure, I also had to do it to 3 complete strangers, and my every word, my every gesture was being recorded by a judge. But as I'm sitting there at the awards ceremony, I didn't really expect anything, but just amongst those hundreds or even thousands of rankings for debating, for writing, for challenges, for even the Da Vinci Award, whatever that was, I didn't care if I was first or second or even last. I just wanted to be somewhere on there as an acknowledgement for all of the time and effort that I had poured into debating in those past weeks. But as I'm sitting there and the rankings are being called from 500 to 300 to 50, all of my classmates and even my 2 teammates had gone up for multiple different awards, but just not me. And as I'm sitting there in that moment, I didn't know how I was feeling, or rather, I didn't know how to feel. Because yeah, from the start, I didn't really expect anything out of debating, and I knew deep down that I wasn't gonna achieve anything great. But it was still this feeling of disappointment that I had put so much time into something to see no results at all. But as I'm sitting there, I look up and I see myself ranked 3rd individually as a debater. And as I'm walking down from that stage with my medal around my neck, I'm still in complete shock, utter disbelief. Later, I was invited onto stage for the debate showcase, which was essentially a presentation of the top talents of the entire competition. Only this time, I wasn't presenting just to 4 strangers. No, it was 1,000-something people, of teachers, of parents, of students. But the main thing was that I didn't have my 2 friends with me, my companions who had been with me along the entire journey. But with no other choice, I hastily prepared my speech, and as I'm walking up to that microphone in the center of the stage, I felt a rush of so many emotions at once, so many that I couldn't put my finger on any except for one, which was an overwhelming sense of confidence, one that I have never felt anything alike in my entire life, one that it was as if my social anxiety had never existed in the first place. And I presented that speech with that confidence, that presence, and most importantly, a big smile on my face. And if I had to choose one word to describe those 3 minutes of my life, well, it was simply exhilarating. But it's not as if after this competition, I became some sort of social butterfly in an instant. Actually, when I was at the mall the other day trying to get my SIM card switched, I was standing behind the lady who worked at the internet provider for a good half hour, just frozen. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't even squeeze out something as simple as "excuse me." And it wasn't until my friends saw me in that state, just standing there frozen, that they quickly brought me back to reality, and I got what I needed to sort in under 5 minutes' time. And it's events like these that really make me realize, it doesn't matter how many placements, awards, or trophies that I get in debating. I can never say that my social anxiety has been fully cured. And there's a saying that goes that nobody is perfect, and that's a scary idea, because people get lost in chasing perfection, chasing something that's so far away, something that's so impossible. But I think an aspect of that a lot of people don't consider is that when you're chasing something that maybe one day you'll never reach, you don't realize the lengths that you've come. Because yeah, maybe you'll never reach that ideal image, that goal that you set for yourself all that time ago. But if you keep reaching, if you keep striving, if you keep working towards that goal, maybe you'll come so close that your current self will be so close to that ideal self, that goal that you set, that you won't even be able to tell the difference. And so having experienced so much change both physically and mentally, I'd like to say that I'm pretty experienced when it comes down to improving. And I think sometimes, I see people around me with more drive, motivation, dedication, time, money, effort that they put into making these improvements in themselves. So how come they fail where I succeed? I think of myself as somebody who doesn't exactly exhibit any of those factors to that extent that I just mentioned. But I think that although those factors are really important in speeding up the process of changing, of improving, the most important thing, the deciding factor in it all, is the path that you take. Just take my social anxiety, for example. Yeah, I've tried theater, I've tried singing, I've tried basically everything that there is to improve myself. But nothing quite clicked for me as debating did. And I'm not standing on this stage in front of you today trying to present debating as some sort of all-perfect solution for social anxiety. No, the opposite. I'm just trying to say that debating was a path for me. If you're socially anxious, maybe theater, or maybe singing, or maybe asking for food at a restaurant is your way. It doesn't matter. If it works for you, that's what's important. Or take my diet, for example. Yeah, I could have probably starved myself and lost the same amount of weight, if not more, in less time. Instead, I found out that I like eating vegetables, and that kept me full, even at a caloric deficit. And there's a saying that goes, it's about the journey, not the destination. I say let it be about both. You should make sure that the journey has scenery that you've never seen before, and the destination is more than you could have ever dreamt of. Now, you're probably looking at this slide wondering, like, where am I going to go with this? Well, imagine you're broke and your only talent is eating apples. And one day you stumble across an apple eating contest. But everyone around you tells you, get a degree, work a 9 to 5, start a family. But you decide not to listen to them, and you decide to go to these contests. And from collecting all of the prize money from your talent in eating apples, well, you become a billionaire by 25. The point that I'm trying to make in all of this is it doesn't matter how ridiculous, how absurd, or how stupid your solution might seem to others, or even to yourself. What matters is that it's something you're passionate about and something that you love to do. Because if it works, then maybe other people, yeah, they can laugh at you for eating your apples, but are they changing? Are they improving as much as you? And the thing is about change, you try and you fail, you try and you fail, you try and you fail. And I understand that that can be really depressing because I've been there multiple times. But at the end of the day, you try, and one time you will succeed. So if all of us can find that path, that way, that direction, that solution, whatever you want to call it, to initiate that improvement in ourselves, then together we can change. Thank you.
Thank you, Levi, for sharing such a vulnerable story, but also so inspiring. Your journey reminds us that transformation often begins with small acts of courage. Now, that concludes our first session. What a powerful first session of speakers we have just heard from. Let's take a moment to reflect on what we've heard while enjoying a special performance from our student, Guilin. Can I please welcome Guilin to the stage? Thank you. What an amazing performance by Gwaylin. And now, that concludes our first session. We'll be back here in 15 minutes. Downstairs we have our AIS stall, and also in the back there, Project Artisan, we have some drinks for you all. So enjoy the 15-minute break, and we'll see you back here soon. Thank you. Just a quick reminder to everyone, downstairs AIS have some samples for you guys to try if you'd like to go. To the store downstairs, there'll be some samples there with AIS, thanks. Thank you. seated so we can start with the next session. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you guys are all looking forward to hear some more fantastic speeches. A quick reminder, if you guys wouldn't mind, if you must leave the room, if you would leave in between speakers and not during a speech, that would be great. Now moving on to our fifth speaker of the morning. Our next speaker, Cecilia Bonja Rodriguez, explores how community and collaboration drive meaningful change. In her title, The Energy of Change, The Unstoppable Strength of Communities, she shares personal stories on how embracing change and listening to diverse perspectives can transform both individuals and societies. So, with that, I'd like to please welcome Cecilia. Thank you.
My grandparents don't know how to read or write properly, as they never got even the chance to access education as poorer kids. They were always too busy trying to take our family forward with what they had. My parents, aunts, and uncles had to overcome a lot of challenges to access to an education and be able to take our little village a bit closer to the towns nearby. My siblings and cousins are either graduated or studying. And then it's me. I'm in the other side of the world studying an international diploma. How did that change happen in that little time? Hola, I'm Cecilia, and I was born in a little village with no school in a disadvantaged area. My parents decided to move closer to the capital of my province so they could give me more and more diverse opportunities. As you probably already know, the topic of this TEDx talk is Together We Change. But together we change? For me, the answer is clear. Yes, we do. All the changes that took place in my family in just 3 generations are the cause of all the social policies that were implemented in Spain during the time my parents and aunts were studying. These policies encourage Spanish people to go outside of their villages or countries, discover new ideas, and then return home. And it happened. A lot of people decided to take these opportunities, and they develop our communities throughout interesting ideas that they develop along other people. I was born right after my family experienced all those changes. My mom and aunt created their own business, and other family members started working in huge companies that, being descendants of one of the poorest families in my village, they could never imagine in their futures. And that's why my parents decided to move. They have always believed in the importance of having relationships with people different from you and what you are used to. And they have already experienced how beneficial it was. And that's why we moved. And also, they wanted to let me free of all the prejudice the small communities hold. And it happened. I had very interesting friendships that get me to know how important and how amazing it is to work with people different from what you're used to. I learned from a very young age, thanks to one of my best friends, about the strength and resilience that forms the core of the migrant families of Spain. I saw how creative were the kids whose parents weren't often at home. And I also felt how it was way easier to work with people with similar background than me, but how I learned way more things when I work with people different. This story and each of the decisions involved, my parents and my family embracing these opportunities, or my parents deciding to move, they are a very important part of my identity. And I even consider it the reason why I am at UWC now. This created inside myself the idea of the human being developing in community, of us needing each other to grow. Throughout my life, I have seen how when we are together, there's no longer a sum of ideas. There's a multiplication. These ideas turn from arithmetic to geometric, and I think that's amazing, especially because human beings are in permanent change. And this is something we shouldn't forget. Because have you ever stopped to think about how much have you changed in the past year? How different everything is. While we are in a community, we are constantly changing. But all of us won't do it in the same direction. And this is because our values really shape the paths that we follow, but they don't really stop the change itself. And another really important factor to know while talking about change is the community that surrounds us. Because our community really shapes us. If you really think about it, just conversations with people around you can change how you view things. So think about it. How many conversations have changed some perspectives or points in your life? Because in the 6 months I've been studying at UWC Thailand, I've already had plenty of these conversations, either with students, teachers, or staff members. I heard different opinions among conflicts around the world, among different political issues about human rights, or even just about perspectives in our day-to-day life. And these changes, sometimes they just come to you, even though other times we look for them. And having this in account, aren't we just the reflection of our community? And I guess that up to some point, we are. But not completely. Because as individuals, we are the owners of the path that we follow. We are not the reflection of a community that we think is not having a good outcome, and we really want to change that. But we have to also think about that no real changes, we can make real changes in the global issues that form our world by ourselves, if we are realistic. But we can talk to other people about it. We can say what we think about a topic and listen to everything that the other person has to say. Because we have known this since prehistoric times. By ourselves, we are weak. But when we are together, we are unstoppable. Especially us, the youth of our world. Because we are the change. We are not just the future, but the present of our society. And we have all the power that we need to make these changes happen in our world. Because when we are together, we can turn our dreams into reality. And as John Maxwell once said, dream work is made by the teamwork. But really remember that no great change happens alone. We need each other to grow. The changes that we want to make in our world are already in process. We just need to remember to remain together. And my story can be the example. Because when I look at my origins and I see where I am right now, I feel and I see how change is real. Because a tiny little seed of hope and curiosity in my family, harvested with love and support of our community, had the outcome of me studying at a UWC in Thailand. So let's embrace the power that communities hold. Let's listen to one another. Let's work together. Because we have all the power here in our hands. Who will you work with to make these real changes? Because when we are together, we change, we innovate, and we evolve. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia, for that compelling reminder of how communities can become engines of positive change when we harness our wisdom and diverse perspectives. Thank you. Moving on to our sixth speaker now of the day. Our next speaker reveals how business manipulates our emotions and perception of happiness, with the title The Unhappiness Conspiracy. Steve McGuinness, with 30 years of experience in major brands, exposes how companies sell false promises to keep us buying and keep us in the loop. So, without further ado, I'd like to welcome Steve McGuinness to the stage. Thank you.
Good nearly afternoon. I feel so old right now. I didn't think there'd be a time I'd be standing next to the word youth again, but I've absolutely been awed by the speakers this morning. I don't know about the other token old people over here on the waiting to stand up, but when I was a teenager, if you'd asked me to stand up on stage and do this, I'd have easily flown to the moon. I spent my time in the park drinking cider. Doing this is just phenomenal, and I could just get a round of applause for the speakers so far this morning, please. And I was privileged to be here yesterday, watch the rehearsals. They stay this good. They're good all afternoon as well. So I just wanted to say that. The unhappiness conspiracy. About 22 years ago, before most of the speakers on the stage today were born, I went to India for the first time. It's my first time really out of the UK. Every day ended the same way on that trip. It was me in my hotel room crying. I just couldn't deal with what I saw around me. I couldn't deal with the gap between how I thought the world was and how the world really was. I'd gone to India because the company I worked for was organizing some charity support, and I'd kind of thrown myself into it and raised quite a lot of money. And they asked me to go over, see where the money was going, and then come back and share what I'd seen with the rest of the company. So my days were spent going from orphanages to shelters to schools. I say schools, they were essentially tin huts with hard mud floors. And each day I'd get given a guide. Now, a guide was normally a guy in his early 20s that had usually grown up in one of the orphanages we were supporting. And he'd take me from place to place during the day. And at one of these venues, I'd normally get fed lunch. Mango juice, naan bread, vegetable curry, good, hearty, tasty, and cheap. One day, between two venues, I was just lazy. And the guide I had with me that day, I just stopped us and said, look, let's just go and get McDonald's. So myself and this guy came in, sat down, I got the food, came back. And as I'm jabbering away about whatever was crossing my mind, I realized he was doing something I wasn't expecting. He'd had one bite of his burger and eaten maybe 2 or 3 fries, and he was wrapping it up again to put back in his bag. And when he realized I was watching him, he asked my permission to do that because he wanted to take it back to the orphanage so the other children could taste McDonald's. Then he started to cry. Sorry, this still gets me. And he said, I never dreamed I could eat somewhere like this. McDonald's was so far out of his world, something he could see every day but not have, a constant reminder of the things his life was never going to get, that it just seemed like a different world to him. He believed that McDonald's or Coca-Cola or Apple or these things, he believed that if he could get that, then he would become and have the promises he saw all around him. He believed a Happy Meal was actually going to make him happy. But of course it didn't. It's just a burger. And that's when I realized the cruelty of the world and the aspiration the brands are setting up that people just can't quite reach. And this treadmill of the more you have, the more you want, and you're never going to be as happy as you believe these things will make you. So for the last 20, 25 years, I've been working for these big global brands, helping create that want, helping to create that need. And the realization is there that the brands aren't selling you a happiness. They're selling you a misery which their product or brand can then try to solve. And not just the fact that their product or brand will not make you happy, they need to make you miserable to start with. Because the fact is, happy, content, satisfied people don't buy stuff they don't need. So we need to be kept in a state of unhappiness and discontent to keep buying all the time. So the average graduate born today will earn over $4 million in the course of their lifetime. Now, as all of us know, about a quarter of that, if you're lucky, just goes on tax. About a quarter of that, about 1 million, will be spent or could be spent on the basic things that we need: food, accommodation, clothes, transport, in the means and the style in which they're actually required. So that's $2 million that we'll earn left. Now, I don't know about anybody here, but I haven't got $2 million in my bank account. Where does it go? It goes on the things that we don't need at all, the things that we throw away straight afterwards, the things that we have no recollection of even having, or slightly fancier, slightly more upmarket, slightly more complicated, slightly more fashionable versions of the things we needed. Half of the income we'll make in our lifetime is wasted on stuff that we don't need. So right now, we're working longer years, we're working longer hours, and we're earning more money. As Chris rightly pointed out, the GDP in the developed nations is higher than it's ever been, yet we're unhappier than ever. We work harder, work longer, earn more, spend more, but in America, 25% of people have a diagnosis for depression. In Australia, 20% of Australians have a diagnosis for anxiety, and in the UK, nearly 30% of people say they're lonely. So we're buying all the stuff. Why aren't we happy? Surely the brands aren't succeeding in making us happy. Well, they're succeeding, but not in what we think they're trying to do. They're succeeding in making us miserable in order to buy more. And there's 3 key ways. There's actually about 10 key ways, but there's 3 key ways that they're doing this that I'll talk a little bit about today. The promise of happiness, the promise of belonging, and the promise of status. So what do I mean by happiness? Every single advert you've ever seen in your life is happy people. No one's selling you an advert of miserable, sick, depressed, sad people. Something about alcohol. Every alcohol advert you've ever seen has the same images. Happy, fun, cool, sexy people with their friends getting together. So does it do that? Well, no, of course it doesn't. But actually it's doing the opposite. Alcohol messes with your serotonin levels. Alcohol messes with your endorphins. Alcohol produces cortisol in your body. It disrupts your sleep. It gives you sugar spikes. It increases anxiety. Spending on alcohol causes debt. So what are you going to do with all these problems? You have a drink to get over it, don't you? Snacks. Most snack brands, their products exist at a perfect trinity of salt, sugar, and fat. That doesn't exist in nature. Those 3 components don't exist in anything you'll eat naturally, but they're the 3 things the body craves. So putting them together, the brain goes off like a pinball machine and makes us happy for a moment. The sugar spike followed by the sugar crash. Now, obviously we have obesity, we've got diabetes, we've got chronic issues. But even just on the micro level, the sugar crash coming down after a snack binge has been described by doctors as a mini depression, alleviated by some more snacks. And the churn of accessories we're buying, shoes, watches, bags, hats, phones. We used to have to earn our endorphins. To feel good, we had to put effort in. Now we can just push a button on our phones, pick something up in the store, and we get that same buzz, and the brain knows that. The brain wants the endorphin, but it also wants you to save energy. So the brain's telling you to buy another thing all the time. It was mentioned earlier about, with the cave paintings, about how little we've actually changed in 200,000 years. And that's exactly true. We, as a species, haven't changed, but our world has radically changed. And sometimes we're still worried about things that we don't need to be concerned about anymore. Up to, in the region of 2,000 years ago, we lived in small communities. Without that community, you would not survive. If you were cast out by the group, left behind by the tribe, or if you fell out of favor with the alpha, you'd be dead within a few days. We could not survive without the group. And that's still hardwired into us. That's why we're terrified of standing out. That's why we're terrified of being different. That's why we're terrified of making a social mistake. Because in our brains, that's still linked to terrible outcomes, even though it doesn't anymore. And that's what the brands are selling us in terms of Coke versus Pepsi, Apple versus Android, Netflix versus Apple TV. The clothes we wear, the choices we make, the gadgets we own are building us into a little tribe where we can feel safe and secure, and they'll sell us membership of that tribe. Now, there's a lot of cool kids here of all ages. We don't buy into that. I'm not going to be like everybody else. I'm independent. I'm different. I have the clothes and the technology and the social media feed that's different to everybody else, which has been provided to me as an alternative from the mainstream, bought from the same people. They'll sell you the non-conform outfit. You may dress as the black sheep, but you're still a sheep. And then it's not enough to sell you this once. They have to keep selling it over and over and over again. Apple has launched a new iPhone every single year since it came out. Clothing, hundreds, thousands of clothing brands launch 4 collections per season, per year. Nike, on average, release a new pair of shoes every 2 weeks. The constant need to keep replacing things that are perfectly okay is called fashion. And then the last one I'll touch on is status. So status used to be earned. Status was based on value you brought to that community I mentioned. If you made things better, if you helped people, if you were a good person, if you worked hard, if you came up with new ideas, you brought value to your community, and that was reflected by your status in that society. The more value you added, the higher your status. And that status was rewarded by trappings: financial, position, affluence, and then some of those status trappings became symbols. The size of your house, the size of your hut, the kind of car. But the symbols were a side effect of the status, which was earned. And we seek status. It's hardwired into us to want to be respected, to want to have a position in our group. And if you haven't got that, and you don't see any way that you're going to be respected, you can buy that. You can buy the watch, you can buy the shoes, you can buy the outfit, you can buy the car. But they're just fake facsimiles of the status that would have been earned. And ironically, people with real status, what clothing brand does Jeff Bezos wear? What car did Bill Gates drive? What kind of house does Warren Buffett live in? Completely nondescript. The people with real status don't need to have fake status trappings. And with debts in the US of $70,000 on average per person, and in South Korea, $80,000 in debt per household, We are buying status with money we don't have, and 30% of suicides are linked to a financial problem. So, what do we do? How do we change? How do we manifest a different behavior? The first is just to recognize it's not real. It's been made up by people like me, sitting in shiny offices, coming up with new ways to make people miserable. It doesn't really exist unless you buy into it. So just stop believing that these things will make you happy, give you belonging, give you status, because they won't, and you'll no longer need or feel you need them. It's a case of asking yourself, do I need this? Do I want this? Do I just believe that I want it? My wife, who teaches here, which makes it privileged for me to stand up here, my children go to this fantastic place, took us through the Maria Kondo spark joy thing. If you pick up something and it doesn't spark joy, you don't need it. I would say if you pick up something that doesn't spark joy, why are you buying it in the first place? Simply put, will this thing I'm about to spend my money on make my life better? Significantly better? And if the answer is no, just put it down. Just don't do it. So, how do we reframe this? Earn your dopamine hits. Don't buy them. See those status symbols for what they are. Fake symbols by people desperately yearning for respect. And remember, the brands can't fix you. The brands can't fill a gap for something you're missing. The brands can't take you to happiness. You cannot be fixed because you are not broken. You have everything that you need to be happy, authentic, successful people. You don't need to buy anything to make that happen because the brands don't own happiness. You already own it. Thank you.
Now, moving on to our seventh speaker, we have Catherine Willis, who challenges common narratives about migrants and refugees. In her title, Fear versus Fact, Changing the Narrative on Migrant Refugees, she explores how shifting perceptions from fear to understanding can strengthen communities and address issues like economic stagnation and human trafficking. So, I'd like to welcome Catherine Willis to the stage. Thank you.
In the US, to riots in the UK, legislation in France, and racialized identity in Japan. The blaming of large-scale issues on this minority population has become increasingly normalized and even celebrated within public and political life. Even for those who deem themselves as progressive, migrants are often seen as a burden that countries have an ethical obligation to support, dehumanizing them. But what if we didn't have to choose between our prosperity and our moral commitments? What if we could see improvements by expanding refugee and migrant protections? What if, rather than waiting anxiously for deportations, refugees and migrants could settle down and invest back into their communities? When I was 11, I moved to Thailand. A year later, I visited Mae Sot for the first time, a border town connecting Thailand and Myanmar and hosting 74,000 migrants fleeing war in Myanmar. I was struck by not only the poverty, but also the resilience of a people who had escaped war and violence in their hometowns, fled to safety, only to be experiencing further hardships and discrimination in Thailand. Thailand is actually home to 2 million of these refugees, but they don't consider them as such. Along with 44 other nations, Thailand is still not signatory to the 1951 Refugee Convention, and thus it can avoid the responsibility of taking care of these vulnerable people, many of which are undocumented, and thus vulnerable to labor violations, unlivable wages, people trafficking and abuse, and even Thailand's regular forced return of migrants to the regions of conflict they worked so hard to escape. But what many don't realize is that, in fact, these foreign workers are an invisible force driving the Thai economy, making up 10% of Thailand's total labor force. Around half of them are undocumented or dependents, and thus swept under the rug of Thailand's regional powerhouse economy. When I first learned this, I was appalled and angry that no one seemed to be doing anything to try and fix things. But after speaking to NGOs and aid workers in the region, I was met with just solemn acceptance. It wasn't an ideal situation, they argued, but it allowed Thailand to continue accepting refugees without the bureaucracy or criticisms from Myanmar's junta that they otherwise would have to face. They told me to be realistic, and I accepted with a heavy heart. But after seeing the situation escalate into crisis during COVID, I was determined to do my own research and find out what the real implications of granting protection to all migrants would be. And this is what I learned. So I'm sure a sentiment you have all heard in political discussions, on the news, down your local pub, is that migrants are a drain on our societies. In fact, raise your hand if this is something you've heard in the last couple of months. I've certainly seen it on the news myself. In fact, it is true that for many low-skilled migrants or refugees, they do have to rely on social programs to be able to survive due to their poverty. However, in fact, I think we're looking at this the wrong way. With the right opportunities, migrants can in fact contribute and make our economies more prosperous. When given equal opportunities, these migrants are able to increase innovation and take on jobs for our economies. Many countries at the moment try and reduce their costs and exceed their profits by paying migrants with few other options very low wages. But this, in turn, traps those migrants in those cycles of poverty. Let's take this family as an example. In Mae Sot, the parents may work in a garment factory, manufacturing clothes for top global retailers like Tesco's and H&M. They can be expecting to earn around $15 a week each. The young sons, they may work on a farm for about $10 a week, cultivating rice. And the daughter, well, she may work on one of the many landfills that dot Mae Sot, scavenging for recyclable goods and selling them for around $4 to $5 a week. Together, that is only $55 a week, US dollars. That is not enough to raise a family of 5. As a result, the children are unable to finish school. The parents are unable to pay for basic necessities like food and clothing. Thus, they might rely on foreign aid or charity. This may seem dramatic, but these are real jobs and real wages that are offered to the 74,000 migrants who live in this one region. But what if we could change all of this? What if we could ensure that everyone is paid a fair wage? Well, for the region earning Thai minimum wage, the factory working parents could earn around $65 a week each, 130 in total. This leads to all 3 of their children being able to finish school, study for high-skilled careers. Maybe the family could not just pay for their basic necessities, but also pleasures, helping local businesses and local cafes. And, of course, the most important thing, they can save for the future. For times of hardship, they can pay their medical costs, they can pay for university, they can afford for their basic necessities during a global pandemic. You see, we're building happier, more resilient families and more resilient communities this way. Families that can contribute to tax schemes, can contribute to community programs, and can build a strong and stable economy. An economy that is desperately needed by the low and middle income countries that support more than 70% of refugees worldwide. Many people have the idea that an economy is like a pie. Every time you take a slice, the remainder gets smaller and smaller. However, it is more like a potluck. The more people take, the more people can contribute. So what about labor equality? I mean, it's no secret that these days it feels we're working longer hours for less real pay. Young people are putting themselves into educational debt, acquiring expensive degrees, only to not be able to find a job afterwards. And in many countries, labor violations are on the rise, leading for many to put the blame on migrants and refugees. A common narrative at the time is that immigrants are stealing our jobs because they're willing to do the same work for lower costs. And thus, by restricting migration, we can in turn improve things for our domestic workers. But this is missing an important misunderstanding. The work that migrants do is not because of willingness. For an undocumented migrant, this is a matter of desperation. In regions like Samut Sakhon in Thailand, migrant laborers are frequently prioritized over Thai domestic workers because they're easier to exploit. In Samut Sakhon, 91% of these foreign workers come from Myanmar, with no documentation, little funds, and little other options. Instead of criticizing the workers trying to put food on the table for their families, why don't we instead take a stand against the exploitative business practices that keep equal labor opportunities away from Thai citizens and prevent migrant workers from being able to raise their living standards? Why don't we ensure equality of opportunity for all of us, reducing competition? Why don't we recognize that instead of blaming an enemy, working together benefits every single one of us? And finally, migration and trafficking. In 2023, you may have seen on the news, a migrant vessel sank in the Mediterranean Sea, leading to 500 people dead. Unfortunately, this is just one of the many incidents that make up the thousands of people who die every single year due to people trafficking, and especially migrants. For those trying to find a better life, people smuggling may seem the only option to be able to find employment or to be able to cross borders. And sometimes it is consensual, and sometimes it is forced. But when they reach their destination countries, these migrants are unable to go to the authorities or the police about what occurred to them due to fear of deportation or legal repercussions, allowing these gangs to continue growing in influence and threatening not just migrants, but also citizens. The same gangs who smuggle people across borders also involved in other forms of organized crime and kidnapping and ransoming other citizens with the same techniques. Not only are their actions terrible, but also the fear of their actions pervades many countries in the global south. Thailand, for example, has faced dramatic decreases in tourism from China due to the fear of Chinese tourists being people trafficked into community scam centers. Now, even with our best intentions, trying to enact laws against migration can actually increase the issues of trafficking. In the EU, for example, when they enacted laws against letting migrants travel via plane, many refugees with valid asylum-seeking requests instead had to travel by disposable boat, which is far more dangerous. In the US, some studies have suggested that by simplifying the asylum-seeking process, we could actually see fewer crossings across the southern border, therefore reducing crime and trafficking. Rather than villainizing immigration, why don't we construct more legal alternatives? Why don't we support migrants in looking at safer ways to migrate? This will not only improve issues of trafficking, but also safety for all of us. Since I was a kid, I always wanted to do the best by everyone. I always wanted to help everyone out. But I often saw my contributions to migrant programs and charities as a noble sacrifice, rather than an investment in our shared future. But sometimes it's important to be an optimist in a world that calls pessimism realism. So I challenge all of you today to re-examine the things you take for granted. Re-examine the beliefs you hold that may have been pressed on you by fear-mongering media. Look for the best in others. Look at the news optimistically. Look at everyone around you. Look at the communities. And remember that fear is power, but so is love. We have the privilege of having information at our very fingertips. So use that. Learn about things. Try and improve public understanding about these issues. Re-examining how we treat migrants may be difficult. It may even seem contrary. But by showing unity, we can move past these culture wars and we can start moving into the future together. Because ultimately, it is only together we change. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine, for the powerful perspective and how changing our narrative around migration can transform not just us as individual lives, but entire communities and societies as a whole. Moving on to our 8th speaker now. Overthinking can be exhausting, but our next speaker, Mika, offers insights on how to break free. Her title, Trapped in Thought Escaping the Overthinking Loop, she shares how balancing academics, athletics, and art taught her the power of cueing, quieting the mind, and taking action. So, can I please have a warm welcome for Mika? Thank you.
Before I begin my talk today, I want you to take a guess at around how many months we have to live in our lifetime. Anyone think above 1,000? What about under 500? Okay, in reality, we only have 960 months to live, and 318 of them goes to sleeping, 72 eating, and 13 in the restroom. You get the idea. That leaves us with only 233 months to live, to do whatever we want. Yet, many of those months are spent scrolling through our phones, worrying about the future, and solving problems that maybe never existed in the first place. Which brings me to the topic of my talk today. Together we change by stopping overthinking. So, this other day, I was just sitting at my desk, writing a quick note to my teacher. As I stared at my blank email screen, my brain changed this casual, straightforward email into a potential life-defining message. This is when the perfectionist panda gets into my brain. Now, the perfectionist panda only has one button, disapproval. So I get started on my email. Should I maybe say hi? That's too casual, he says. Okay, so maybe I should go with hello. But that's too formal, he then says. Like you're applying for a job or something. Okay, I'll just skip that for now. And then I move on to the body of my email, and I write, I hope this email finds you well. But isn't that too generic, he asks. Okay, so maybe I should ask about his day. But what if that's invasive? Maybe their dog died. So 10 minutes later, I still don't have a solid opening line. The clock was ticking, and I felt like I was writing a novel, a masterpiece. The pressure to get the real tone was real. And now is where it gets really interesting. Now, the panda is always more focused on getting things just right instead of getting things done. So then he starts saying, make sure the subject line is flawless. Should it be clear, catchy? Should it be catchy like one of those news articles? And here where it gets really fun. He starts asking me, maybe you should add an emoji, you know, like a smiley face at the end to make it seem friendly. Or does that make you seem unprofessional? Or worse, does it make you seem like you're trying too hard to be relatable? Or worse, too quirky? So now the panda has hypnotized me. I dig deeper into my tone of the message. Do I sound too eager, too relaxed? Do I sound like I'm asking for a favor? Does my sentence structure look weird? Should I rewrite everything in a different font all over again for some reason? I start to rethink every single word of my message. And here's where it gets really chaotic. This is when the overthinking monster comes into my brain. And I start panicking and rethinking everything which I've just written. What if I sound passive-aggressive? What if I sound sarcastic? What if I sound too clever? What if? 45 minutes later, I finally finished writing my email. And before I clicked send, I read it all over again, you know, just to make sure. And you know what? It was a perfectly straightforward, simple email, one that should have just taken 2 minutes if I haven't overthought it. And you know what's even funnier? I get a reply within 5 minutes, and it was just a simple little thanks. No mention of my perfectly crafted greeting, no mention of the absence of emojis. It was just a simple email, one that should have been sent 45 minutes ago. I think many of you guys sitting here today has had a similar experience before, and that's okay. Overthinking is something that we all do, but for some, it's a daily battle. Today, I want to explore why we get stuck in this mental loop, how it holds us back, and how we can break free from it, most importantly. Before I begin, I want to reassure you that overthinking is not a toxic trait. Quite the opposite, actually. We care about others, we care too much, and we are deeply empathetic. And of course, we have a PhD in overanalyzing conversations. So first, I want to talk about the overthinker's loop, which in this case is the overthinking monster. When we overthink, our brains tell ourselves that we're being productive, that we're being thorough, more careful, or more prepared for our actions. But in reality, it's like running on a treadmill. We're expending energy but not going anywhere. The overthinker's loop is a mental trap. It begins with a trigger. It could be a decision, a conversation, or even just a fleeting thought. Then comes deep analysis, predicting every outcome and fearing for every possible mistake. It leads to increased stress, paralysis, and indecision. Psychologists call this rumination, repetitively going over the same thought over and over again without reaching a conclusion. Research shows that chronic overthinking can increase stress, anxiety, and even depression. It kills your creativity, it kills your confidence, and kills your decision-making skills. Now I want to talk about why we overthink, and this can be explained through the birth of the perfectionist panda. Our brains are wired for problem solving and the absence of real threats, like the ones our ancestors faced. So we invent them. Some of the most common causes of overthinking are, first, your fear of making mistakes. We want to make the correct choice, so we keep thinking, hoping the correct answer will appear. Second, uncertainty. We crave certainty in an uncertain world, so we keep thinking. Third, perfectionism, the belief that we must get everything correct. Fourth, your past experiences. If something went wrong before, we'll do everything in our control to avoid it from happening again. And finally, the lack of confidence. Your self-doubt can fuel second-guessing and your hesitation. This hesitation from overthinking can result in missed opportunities as we second-guess ourselves instead of taking risks. Ultimately, overthinking can make it difficult for you to trust your instincts and believe in yourself. So now that you recognize that your overthinking is getting in your way, meditation, which is all UWC Thailand is about, can help you bring you back to the present and clear your mind. I want everyone to sit in a comfortable position. So uncross your legs and make sure that your feet is touching the floor and that your spine and arms relax next to you. I want you to notice 5 things that you can see. Could be the lights, the walls, the person in front of you. 4 things that you can touch, maybe your own legs. 3 things you can hear. 2 things you can smell. And finally, 1 thing you can taste in the air. Now I want you to choose a simple calming phrase like let go, or I'm at peace, or it's going to be okay. If you're comfortable, close your eyes gently. And when you breathe in, I want you to breathe in with your nose. And when you breathe out, I want you to whisper the phrase that you've just chosen. We're going to do this 2 more times. Come back to me. That was a combination of the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 method and the mantra meditation. Now, everyone's way of feeling calm is different. Yours could be eating your favorite ramen, or it could be listening to Taylor Swift, or it could be just smelling your favorite scents. My point is, I want you to notice when you feel the calmest and use that to your advantage to break the overthinker's loop and to escape the panda. I don't know if I have the right to say this, but not too long ago, I stood where exactly many of you might be today, spiraling in my own thoughts, predicting every outcome, fearing every mistake. But here's what I learned. Overthinking doesn't lead to better decisions. It leads to no decisions. So here's my challenge to you. The next time you find yourself spiraling endlessly with the panda, pause, take a deep breath, and instead of asking yourself, what if I fail? Ask yourself, what if I succeed? Because life isn't happening in your head. It happens right in front of you. And the only way to move forward is to stop thinking about it and start living it. Start living your remaining 233 months to its fullest. Thank you. Oh, before I leave, I want to give a shout out to Ariel, who supported me throughout this speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Mika, for those inspirational words and a look at how we can break free from overthinking. And that's it for our second session of the day. We're now moving in to a break. But before we get there, we have a special solo performance from one of our very own TEDx directors, Scarlett. So can we have a please warm welcome for Scarlett? Thank you.
First I was afraid, I was petrified, kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But then I spent so many nights thinking how you did me wrong, and I grew strong, and I learned how to get along. And so you're back from outer space. I just walked in to find you here with that sad look upon your face. I should have changed that stupid lock, I should have made you leave the key. If I'd known for just 1 second you'd be back to bother me. Go on now, go, walk out the door, just turn around now, 'cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to break me with goodbye? Did you think I'd crumble? Did you think I'd lay down and die? Oh no, not I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. I've got all my life to live, and I've got all my love to give, and I'll survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
What a great performance. And that's it. We'll be taking now a 30-minute break. So I'd like to ask all you lovely people if we could leave and congregate to go downstairs while we set up in the back and prepare for the food from Artisan. So thank you very much, guys. And if you wouldn't mind, start heading downstairs. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Hi, okay, can we just take a moment? Awesome, thank you so much. All right, guys, so while you guys are eating, enjoying yourselves, we hope the food is good. We tried very hard. We just want to take a moment to show you off some very cool merch that our design team, led by BB, made. So give them a big round of applause, please. Okay, so as you can see, Clint is holding on our white t-shirt, which we offer in sizes ranging from XS to extra large. Very nice, great quality material, 100% premium cotton, guys. For a price of only $3.80 baht, you really can't beat that. Clint, turn around. And this is the shirt in the black variant, offered in sizes ranging from extra small to extra large. Thank you guys so much. We hope you're having fun, and just like a little public service announcement, no taking food out of the MPH. Thank you so much. It's due to hygiene reasons. Thank you guys. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone, just a quick 5-minute warning before the start of the session. Just a 5-minute warning. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys all enjoyed your meal. Great gatherings of ideas, creativity, and inspiration are always complemented by exceptional food, and Project Artisan embodies this perfectly. Nestled near Leon Beach, this hidden gem blends food, art, and community, offering a vibrant space for meeting, relaxation, and cultural workshops. With its artistic ambience and welcoming atmosphere, kid and pet friendly, it's a must visit for families, creatives, and anyone seeking inspiration. Thank you again to the Artisan Project for supplying us with the food today. Thank you. Moving on into the afternoon session, our next speaker is Paco Baquez, who brings a global perspective from living in 10 countries and speaking multiple languages. As a primary school counselor at UWC Thailand, he supports students' well-being and fosters inclusion in the voice of the voiceless. Paco explores how language and accents shape perception and challenges to create a world where every voice matters. Can I please welcome to the stage Paco Baquez? Thank you.
Hola, Sawadika, bonjour, ni hao, Riviere. Last December, I went to Spain to visit my parents' home in Cordoba. There, I could find an old box of memories filled with all kinds of items collected from different chapters of my life. I could find there some postcards from running, and even some train tickets. Every object on that box tells a particular story. Among them, I found this cap. This is the cap I wore when I worked as a kitchen porter in a hotel in Ireland in 2004, 21 years ago. That was for me the first time living abroad in a country where I didn't speak the local language, in this case, English. I still remember those days when I almost couldn't understand any words spoken around me in that kitchen. Please. This is what I understood, instead of, can you wash this pan for me, please? To me, English sounded like a jumble of sounds. I had no idea what they were asking. Usually, I just nod, grab a kitchen item, most of the time the wrong one, and I hoped for the best. Every day was a struggle. Not because I was not willing to work hard, but because I didn't have the ability to ask questions, express my ideas, or even communicate simple thoughts. I remember one day in an especially busy dinner service when the dishwasher started making a strange noise. I wanted to report the problem, but I couldn't make any single sentence. Eventually, the machine broke down completely. The only words I was able to say were, dish, stop, help. Despite my broken and ineffective attempt at communication, help came, but I felt a deep sense of frustration. The frustration extended beyond the kitchen and affected my personal life as well. Simple interactions, like buying something, asking for directions, or trying to make friends, felt impossible. Imagine being part of a group where everyone understands the jokes, shares stories, and laughs together, while you stand there, just nodding, smiling, trying to fit in, but without knowing what's going on. It was like when you watch a movie in a foreign language without subtitles. I could feel the contrast between the warmth of those conversations and the cold loneliness inside me, feeling completely alone. I had the ideas, the skills, and a strong desire to connect with others. But without the right words, I felt lost, small, voiceless. Unfortunately, this experience is not unique. Maybe some of you have faced similar situation before in the past, right? Am I right? Across kitchens, classrooms, offices, and communities, millions of people face the same challenge. Some of them are even discriminated against, not because they lack intelligence or effort, but because the dominant language denies them the space to belong. Some systems prioritize one language over others, neglecting the value of diverse voices. Moreover, there is a biased tendency to believe that fluency in a dominant language equals intelligence and capability. But here's the good news. We can change this. We have the power to create a world where no one feels invisible, where every voice is heard, and where accents are seen as a symbol of resilience and identity and culture. We can achieve this, and today I will explain you some ways to do that. The first key element we need to keep in mind when we try to foster language inclusion is empathy. We have to put in the shoes of the person trying to learn a new language. Often, these people, they don't want to speak. They hesitate to speak because they are afraid to make mistakes, they are afraid of being judged or being mocked. We should create a space where everyone feels comfortable to express themselves, empower these people to use their voices. On the other hand, if you communicate with someone for whom a language is not the first, we should be mindful of our word choice. By simplifying our messages, using clear and concise expressions, and avoiding slang and idioms that might confuse a non-native speaker, we can create more meaningful interactions. So please stop telling baseball inside jokes. In the end, empathy in communication is a great way to enrich our connection and increase the chances to learn from one another. So it's always a win-win situation. After many years practicing, learning, finally I could learn English better, and I was able to hold fluent conversations and even deliver speeches, believe it or not. Boom. However, that was not enough to feel totally included. As you can notice, I still have a strong non-standard accent, a Spanish accent, right? Some friends told me, you should train yourself to remove your accent. People recommended me courses to sound more like a native English speaker. My question is, why should I do that? The main reason why my friends gave me this advice is to help me avoid discrimination. Yes, society does discriminate against people because of their accents. Let me ask you, think about, have you ever judged someone's intelligence or capability based on the accent? Imagine one scenario. We have two great candidates for a position in an international school, a school counselor position. One of them has a great native English accent. The other one has a strong Spanish accent like mine. Which candidate do you think is perceived as more suitable? Research shows that this bias is more common than we think. According to one study in the University of Queensland in Australia in 2022, job candidates with non-standard accent are frequently perceived as less suitable for the positions they apply for. The interviewers without realizing, they tend to assume these candidates are less competent just because of the way they speak. Now let me do one experiment. I need one native English speaker with microphone. Read. Can you please read this sentence for us? Thank you very much.
A giraffe can go without water longer than a camel can.
Thank you. Now I will read the same sentence again. A giraffe can go without water longer than a camel can. Which version sounds more credible for you? This sentence was used in one study in 2010 in the University of Chicago. According to the study, people tend to perceive non-standard accent speaker as less credible, even if they read the same sentence. Can you believe it? They found that the additional effort our brain spends to process an unfamiliar accent can make the information seem less reliable. So here's the thing. It's not about the speaker. It's about the listener's perception. Then we cannot ignore how often people are ridiculed, mocked because of their accents. Here you can see some examples. Really, really sad. This, of course, impacts negatively the self-esteem of this non-native speaker and diminish the willingness to participate in public debates or engage in conversations. Instead of viewing accents as something to feel ashamed of or to hide, we should normalize them. We should celebrate them. Every accent tells a story of resilience, courage, and the effort to learn a new language. Accents are an essential part of our culture, of our history, and trying to remove them is a significant loss of who we are. But besides empathy and a change of attitude towards people learning a new language, we require concrete actions if we want to foster a total language inclusion. We can achieve this in different ways, but one idea can be by providing multilingual resources in schools, in workplaces, and every setting where communication is happening. This might include, for example, translated documents, or subtitles, or even services to interpret when somebody is talking. That can be a way to be sure that everyone can access to the same opportunities and information. Speaker from one language to the other language doesn't matter. One example of promoting the use of multiple languages, if you're here at the school, last week was the International Language Carnival, and one of the highlights was the multilingual story corner, where the student can access stories from different countries just scanning a QR code. That was a way to celebrate the richness of linguistic diversity in our community. If you are here, if you are around, maybe tomorrow you can go to the library and you can enjoy stories in Spanish, German, Italian, Hindi, Serbian, Basque, many languages. And that can be an opportunity for you to be familiar with these languages and these cultures. Another idea can be creating a native language corner where families, students, staff can contribute books, poems, and even songs to make this language more visible and valued. And if we continue with education, teachers can enhance understanding by pairing oral instructions with written handouts or visual aids. At the same time, we should be flexible with our assessment method. For example, allowing someone preparing an oral presentation instead of a written exam. All these strategies send two powerful messages. Every language matters, and every voice deserves to be heard. I hope this speech helped raise awareness about how accent biases and language barriers can shape our experiences and can hold people back in many situations. However, awareness is not enough. We have the power to create change through simple actions. And today, before finishing, I would like to invite you to practice this with 2 actions. The first, truly listen. When you listen to someone speaking a language, pay attention not only to the words someone is saying, but also the stories and the people behind those words. Listen with curiosity instead of judgment, and you will create a space, a safe space, where everyone, every voice matters. The second action, use your voice. Regardless whether you are a speaker of dominant language or not, encourage language inclusion in your workplace, in your community, in your classroom. And if you ever see someone being silenced, being offended, being excluded because of the language, don't ignore it and speak up. You have the power to be that person who stands up, who creates a positive change. And thanks mainly to that positive change, one object that 21 years ago was a symbol of a struggle now is a reminder of resilience, growth, and the power of finding my voice. Own your accent, share your story, and never let anyone silence you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paco, for that powerful about the barriers created by language and accent biases. Your insights challenge us to listen more deeply and advocate for changes that ensure everyone's voice is truly heard and it's not valued. And that it is valued, sorry. Moving on to our 10th speaker, our evolutionary past still shapes our behavior in ways we may not realize. The title of this talk, How to Tame Your Inner Monkey. Hysian Kim explores how ancestral instincts influence us today and how recognizing them can help us grow and create positive change. So, without further ado, please welcome her to the stage. Thank you.
How to tame your inner monkey. The truth is, you'll never be able to overcome your instincts because no matter how hard you try, you will always flinch when a ball flies past your face. Drool over that chocolate cake during your diet, and perhaps even procrastinate all day long in your bed when you know you should be preparing for that TED Talk that you have tomorrow. And for your information, just in case you get the wrong idea, I'm not talking about myself. I'm just giving you an example. But what if I told you that the blame isn't on you? That these urges aren't a result of bad habits and a lack of willpower, but something much deeper. Something wired into your biology. Because, in fact, almost every single thing you do, all your emotions, desires, and impulses, can be traced back to a monkey. And no, not an actual monkey sitting on your shoulder. Rather, I'm talking about your inner monkey, a bundle of instincts that have been passed down to you from your monkey-looking ancestors through millions of years of evolution. Dr. Daniel Kahneman, a Nobel Prize-winning psychologist, explains that our brain operates on 2 thinking systems. One that is slow and rational, and another that is fast and emotional. The limbic system, as shown here, is what I'll be calling the inner monkey today. And whether we realize it or not, it has a lot more control over us than we'd like to admit. Take, for example, fighting with a parent. When I fight with my dad, and I know a lot of you will be able to relate to this, it can feel like he's being stubborn and overprotective for no real reason. But when you think about it, like actually try to figure out where his actions are coming from, you realize it's just his inner monkey kicking in, trying to keep you safe. Even if it doesn't feel like that sometimes. So that means that even though in the modern day we dissect DNA, program AI, and achieve impossible feats like stepping foot onto the moon, much of us is still characterized by the same primal instincts that guided our ape ancestors. And although these instincts once helped us survive, it can hold us back in today's fast-paced world. However, evolution didn't just give us survival instincts. It also gave us something else, what Professor JT from the University of San Francisco calls the thrival instinct. And as the name suggests, these are the instincts that allow us to go beyond mere survival and allow us to thrive. And while psychologists haven't yet classified it as an official instinct, it is agreed upon experts that this drive is genetic, evident across all cultures, and has been present for most of human history. It's what gives humans their unique qualities, such as a sense of curiosity, an interest in exploration, and a desire to go beyond what is familiar. It's what's allowed them to build cities, create art, and achieve impossible feats like stepping foot onto the moon. Paleontologist Maeve Leakley calls it a defining element of a distinctly human identity that will never rest at any frontier, whether terrestrial or extraterrestrial. And if you think about it, it is true. I mean, change feels scary, sure. Growth feels uncomfortable, and stepping foot into the unknown, absolutely terrifying. But exploring previously unexplored paths and achieving feats that people tell you are impossible, well, that sounds exciting too. So this just about sums up our thrival instinct. Now, all of this leads me to a single question. How much control do we actually have over our instincts? Because science seems to be saying none at all. Are we just a bundle of flesh reacting to instincts wired into our biology? That sounds like a pretty depressing conclusion. Now, I don't want to get too deep into philosophical things because that seems like dangerous territory and I want to leave that to the adults. I do think it's a thought worth considering, especially for anyone my age, because this idea completely changed how I see the world. But back to the monkey. So, how do we tame the monkey? Well, now that we have acknowledged her existence and understood her to an extent, you have to start working with her. Befriend her and embrace your own biology. Firstly, you can trick the monkey to your advantage. See, the monkey likes pretty, fun, and interesting things, so make boring tasks look appealing. Studies show that dopamine plays a crucial role in motivation, not just in pleasure, but in driving us to act. So, for example, if you're trying to eat healthier, plate your chicken on a nice plate and make it look appetizing instead of forcing down dry plates of chicken and rice. And this is why marketing and packaging design is so important, by the way. I think this was talked about earlier, but brands make their products look appealing so that customers want to engage with them. And this same rule can be applied to productivity. Second, you can reward the monkey. The monkey craves instant gratification. So use that to your advantage and utilize reward systems, whether it's by gifting yourself with breaks or with material gifts. Rewarding the monkey helps to tame it in the long term. Then the monkey won't even realize it's being tricked into good habits that you, and not the monkey, want to be sticking to. And I know it's easy to use biology as an excuse. Coming back to my dad, last summer I had a big fight with my dad. And I remember this incident very clearly, not because it was a big fight, but because this time actually I was in the wrong. And let me tell you, that does not happen very often. But yeah, I have to admit, this time I was in the wrong. But because the monkey doesn't like seeming weak, obviously, back in the day, showing your weaknesses would decrease your chances of survival in the wild. Because of that, that was reflected in me not wanting to admit my fault to my dad. So I just didn't apologize. And I regret it to this day. I also remember that night talking to my mom and saying something along the lines of, I was made like this, and there's nothing I can do about it. But now I know that could not be further from the truth. The very fact that we can think about this, that we can analyze it and understand it, just proves that we are more than our instincts. So yes, the monkey is strong, but you are stronger. Recognizing, understanding, and taming our instincts can make change no longer just a biological process, but a collective, intentional effort. Because together, we change. And who knows? Maybe the next impossible thing that humanity will conquer won't just be science, technology, or outer space. Maybe it will be ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Hissam, for that fascinating exploration about our evolutionary psychology. Your insights on how understanding our instinctual inner monkey can help us grow and adapt gives us a new perspective on human behavior. Now, moving on to our 11th speaker. Throughout history, civilization have followed cycles of rises and falls. But how does AI change this equation now? The title, AI in a Dying Nation, will it heal or accelerate the fall? Peter Dovdenko explores whether AI can prevent national decline or contribute to a new society. So, can I please welcome him to the stage? Thank you.
Okay. So, I'm going to start with the reading for this TEDx. Who here has ever thought about the fall of Rome? No one? Okay, some people actually. I didn't expect that many people. Okay, but the majority of you, I'm pretty sure, would like to go back in time and prevent some mistakes made in the past. For example, giving Caesar some better advice, like, hey, maybe today is not the best day for the conference. And let's pretend you actually stopped Roman Empire from the collapse. Congrats. And how are you going to celebrate? Maybe you're going to take some overpriced snacks and head to the Colosseum to watch the most exciting event on this weekend, where one person literally chops off the head from another one. Or you can just watch this movie. It's really good. But let's realize we don't have a time machine. Can we still prevent the present crisis, like pandemics, civil wars, and just international wars? Acknowledging the fact that they happened before multiple times, why do we then keep walking into the same disasters? Why do we keep falling into the same trap? Why do all nations, at least once, failed in their history? And the history prepared the answer for us. This is because countries, like humans, have life cycles. But before we jump into the concept of life cycles, I would like you to imagine the world-class athlete. Let's call him Michael. Michael is a professional swimmer. He's relentless and hungry for achievements. He dominates in competitions due to his open mindfulness to the new techniques, young age, and his commitment. But over time, Michael gets a family, and he has to spend some time to them. He's invited to the shows. He has to spend time on them as well. Basically, he prioritizes the time for the prestigious things rather than workouts. He enjoys all these expensive wines in his village and explores the fine arts. In one moment, the competitor of Michael beats him in one of the competitions. And that happens again and again. This is due to the fact that Michael prioritized leisure over the workout. He also became old, so it became hard for him to get to the novel techniques that the young athletes already think they're mainstream. Fun fact, the young athletes that beat him learned how to swim from his techniques, just making them more effective. Injuries can also damage the Michael's performance, and in the end, he's swept off by the younger competitors. Those who started the journey like him, and most potentially gonna end their journey like Michael. So, nations like Michael face the same challenges. If they don't adapt to the economic and social shifts, if they don't accept the new technologies, and if they don't adapt to the new competitors, they're going to eventually fall. And Michael is not just a reference to Michael Phelps, maybe a bit because he's a swimmer. He's a reference to the dominant power that eventually declined. One of the closest examples to us is the British Empire in the 19th century. So as you can see, there are cycles, and the US faces the same problems right now. And nations, like humans, are really complex organisms. It's really difficult to diagnose preventively the declining factors. However, Ray Dalio, in his book, The Changing World Order, describes all the cycles in a really simple manner. And he classified all the declining factors in his book. It all starts with the overconfidence when people think that their country will stay dominant forever. Their salaries are gonna rise, and they're starting to take all these loans to buy the luxury items like new cars and houses, to transmit their prestige, like one of our speakers said before. This rises the debt level. And not only people inside the country take loans, the country itself borrows. This is due to the fact that country, instead of investing their money, its money to the schools, roads, and businesses, spends them on the military bases elsewhere. Because the country thinks that all those territories abroad gives it economic advantage. But actually, those territories take more than give back. British Empire can be a great example. It possessed the quarter of the whole world mass, the empire upon which the sun never sets. However, as Britain been spending money on military and navy, these colonies could not give back enough money to spend on the welfare, for example. That's why the British population started becoming poor to the end of the 19th century. Both of these factors then lead to the rise of the debt level, which make the population really vulnerable to the economic crisis. Moving on, we can ask ourselves the question why people prefer liabilities instead of assets at one point. Well, this is due to the fact that through generations, people change their perspective on the work. Those people who've been building capital, the wealth before, they just fade away. And the new generation, already having all the wealth, doesn't need to move forward. They don't have to earn it because they already have it. So they stop working and build their lifestyle among spending on luxury items like cars and houses, like I said before. But their money eventually ends, and when the money ends, they turn to the debt and continue to spend their money on the luxury items, neglecting the fact that they don't have real money already. But not all the new generation doesn't want to work. Some of them really want to. But because they had the education in already developed countries, their competitiveness is lower than the workers in the developing countries. Workers in the developing countries find the ways how to make their work cheaper and more effective. My favorite example is how entrepreneurs been building ships almost 400 years ago. So they hired the Dutch engineers to design the ships first, and then they asked British labor, which was much cheaper than the work in the Dutch harbor to build those ships. That's why the British got more money than the Dutch at that time. Both these factors lead to the country's decline in the productivity. And as country develops, the wealth redistributes among the society not equally. This creates the wealth gaps among people. When richer become richer, as this wealth gap reinforces itself because of the system. As one of our speakers said before about the Philippines situation. As the wealth gap increases, working and middle classes get frustrated because their privileges just taken away. And the society is divided on the two separate groups, which causes the polarization among the population. One group suggests that they have to take all the wealth and spread it among the society, while another group says we should not do that. While both of these groups debate, the leaders of both of the blocs start to attract more people to their side, and they start to address such cultural and religious questions like migration. And that divides people, not even politically, but culturally. Eventually, if both of these groups do not agree on each other, how to solve the problems, they start fighting, causing the revolutions and civil wars. And while the country overcomes the revolutions and civil wars, internal conflicts, the rising powers, who are rivals to this country, started looking that their competitor becomes weak. And they want to get the best piece first before others can do that and replace the dominant power. That's why the dominant power is declared war. After the civil wars and revolutions, the country refreshes itself, creating the new economic, political, and social system that satisfies the majority. And after the international wars, countries set the new world order, which was the best example is the end of the World War II, when the countries created the new system with the United Nations institution. After I investigated all these cycles, I was focused more on the transition part, characterized by the wars and revolutions, because they brought the most sorrows to the humanity. I was wondering if we can prevent those conflicts so the people won't lose their homes and their lives. In my opinion, the solution lays in the technology never seen by the humanity before. The technology that replicates the human intelligence and makes it smarter and faster, 10 times, maybe even more. Yes, I'm talking about the AI right now. AI can be able to mediate and prevent all the cataclysms that happen right now. I was surprised when I investigated that AI already addresses some social problems, like wealth gaps. For example, such welfare systems in the US, like SNAP, implemented AI to streamline their work. In 2022, 11% of cases proceeded had mistakes, overpayments, and all other issues. The AI could solve these mistakes, preventing them and reducing the losses inside the company. Moreover, the AI reduced the routine works for the auditors, decreasing the amount of them for doing the repetitive tasks, so more people and more resources can be freed up for the new welfare initiatives. Moving forward, AI can predict the financial crisis, looking at the economic indicators, real-time financial data, and the behaviors among the society. For example, IMF, International Monetary Fund, helps countries not to overborrow by an AI analyzing the tax revenue inside these countries. Some fintech lenders powered by AI effectively select borrowers by looking at the economic situation around the world. AI can also address the productivity question. Because AI is not as a human, it doesn't need any higher salaries, any holidays, or break times. It can be enthusiastic no matter what step of the cycle you have. And for example, when the US companies implemented AI into marketing and inventory management, it increased production by the 2% in the third quartile of 2022. Really impressive numbers in my opinion. So, as we can see, AI can reduce all these declining factors. So, theoretically, the cycles can be broken. But do we actually want it? What if breaking the cycles means that we lose competitiveness? It's like if Michael in the swimming competition would be always dominant, so other people would not compete with him anymore and would drop swimming. That means the society won't evolve. Let me ask you one question. What is the similarity between the internet, the space program, and the microwave? They were all created during the Cold War, the peak of the competitiveness between two superpowers. And we can raise the question after the implementing AI into the governance. Will we receive the stability or stagnation, losing the competition among the countries? Also, the AI can lead to even more extreme wealth gaps among society, as the small percentage of the whole population develops it and can get all the wealth from other people. And they usually sit only in the developed countries. What will happen with the developing countries? Are they going to stay developing forever? That's why we have to think about implementing AI a bit more. By breaking cycles, are we going to get the stability, or we're going to have even more dangers on our way? We stand on the crossroad. Should we use AI as an adaptive tool for the present cycles, making the transitions more sustainable, or we should break those rules and meet the unpredictable future? But what is certain is that together we have to decide with AI. Together with AI, we have to become the better versions of ourselves through the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Overwhelming inspiration of how artificial intelligence might influence the fate of our nations and our future. Now moving on to our final speaker of the session, we will see Nikki taking us on a personal journey through life's most challenging terrain. In his title, Together, A Quest Through Trauma, Pain and Change, Nikki Cruz Miranda explores how trauma shapes identity and can become a path to growth and true happiness. And with that, can I have a big round of applause for Nikki? Welcome, Nikki.
Hi everyone, my name is Nikki, and today I'd like to invite you on a journey through time, self-discovery, and change. But first, I'd like to ask you a question. How many of you have felt like a piece of your past is blurry? You can raise your hands if you want. Thank you. Well, I got the feeling. For me, it all starts years ago in a small town in the middle of the desert. This region of my country is not well known, beside the fact that it has a really hard history. But being genuine, we all have stories like this. Stories that talk about our past, our present, and our future. Stories that shape us either if we acknowledge them or not. That's me. I'll be some evidence if you don't trust. Well, from my side, one of my stories bring me back when I was around 8 years old. I was in the middle of the desert, kilometers away from any sign of civilization, in the Atacama Desert, my homeland. That night, I'll say, I had the experience to perceive the most beautiful starry sky I've ever seen in my life. As a kid, I love astronomy. I really loved it. And it was magic. Generally it was, until from one moment to the other, it wasn't. A truck pulled up near us, and from one second to the other, everything was just screams. A bit of chaos, people shouting, pulling from one side to the other, and suddenly our car was moving. Minutes later, our car was going. And I don't know if it was curiosity, casualty, the fear, or the excitement of the moment of those who were riding the car. But from one moment to the other, our car was facing the wrong side. The last thing I remember of that night was me running up a mountain while there was a group of strangers, masked strangers, following us. We move on from that night, but a little part of that stayed with us. A little part of that night stayed with me. Now that I share one, I would like to invite you to tell me yours. We don't need to navigate it deeply, but I'll be happy if you can join me to this conversation. So I'll be happy if you can close your eyes, feel comfortable with it. Take a deep breath. And I would like to invite you to contemplate the sensations of fear. Now, add on top of that the thoughts of helplessness. Finally, let's add the feelings of being deeply hurt. Now, it's okay. We don't have to dwell on it. You don't need to explore it deeply. Just contemplate it. Acknowledge it as part of your human experience. Now my question is, when did you feel like this for the first time? When was the first time you feel this way? You can open your eyes. Thank you so much. Well, what if I told you these stories, these memories, shapes the way that you experience day to day from who you are and the world around you? If at some point this makes sense, probably we're talking about trauma. Trauma is not just the experience that we had, but the gap between what we could process during that experience and the time that had passed over that experience. Is that unknown feeling, blurry sensation of something that was too fast, too big, or too strong to process. But the thing is that we all have, and we all share in our nature as humans, something that goes behind trauma, which is pain. It's super interesting because it doesn't matter how difficult or how intense was the traumatic experience, we all can understand pain. And it is part of the reason because understanding trauma is so important. So behind the pain, we can understand 3 evolutionary traits that have helped us to stay alive until this point. And I'll give an example with a relationship. First, hedonic adaptation. Let's say that you meet someone, and oh, this person is really interesting, really important for you, it caught your attention, but over time it starts becoming a bit more plain, familiar. Depending on how you've been raised, the way that you will react to this familiarity will be different. But the first and common response will be, it's not as interesting as it was in the beginning. And that's where our second evolutionary trait comes into play. Negativity bias. Maybe you might hear about this, the tendency of our brain to focus in the negative events rather than the positive one, even though there's more positive events. Let's bring back to the relationship example. You're out with this person, and suddenly you notice something that you don't like. Like, I don't know, throw their dirty laundry around your room, for example. You say, oh, this person really don't fit with me. But that negativity bias doesn't get us understand what are the reasons behind that behavior and what are the reasons behind our disgust toward that action. And that's when we jump to our third evolutionary mechanism that make pain even more difficult to navigate. Rumination. This cyclical process of thinking intensively about the same idea that causes distress. Completely different to overthinking in the way that you can notice that it's nothing productive being done throughout the process. You can think of it like those moments when you're around the same idea and you find that even though it has passed hours around that, nothing has changed within you or without your surroundings. The thing here is that pain in our nature, in the evolutionary journey, has become part of us. And with that, we can find ways to grow by understanding it and exploring it. My first chance was when I was around 15, and I found for the first time the power and the potential of being together with other people. That was when I found community. All this happened amidst the sociopolitical crisis of 2019 in my country, which was an event that showed me for the first time that I could become the hero that my life required. During this period, which is known as the social uprising of 18th of October, or in Spanish, el estallido social del 18 de octubre, millions of young people from all over the country, from different fronts, gathered and was finally able to bend all the injustice that has been living through years, even if they were from the south, from the north, even if they were rich, or even if they come from communities, unprivileged communities. The thing here is that throughout my journey, finding togetherness and finding other people, I started noticing some disbalance. I was so worried and so dependent on the outside world that at some point, I was crumbling inside, and I didn't even notice. I don't know if you can relate with this. Everything seemed amazing around. Life is a gift, but you still feel uncomfortable inside. So what I learned from this is how can we balance this through understanding ourselves and exploring the pain of others, which brings us to balance. There are 6 steps that I noticed are similar in practice in psychology and also spiritual practices tied to religions that could be helpful to guide us through this process to understand our pain and understand other people's pain. That was fast. First, space. Across our busy lives, full of activities, full of things to do, full of commitments, we almost not give space to ourselves, our pain, and other people's pain. The invitation in the first step is first, try to find a space within your busy schedule or busy lives and allocate it to look at that pain, to share that pain with others. If we bring back to the example of the relationship, we are with this person who really makes us feel discomfort, and even though we really love this person, but suddenly we find each other first understanding and exploring ourselves. And that's when we can jump to step number 2. Listen. After we have created a space, we need to start exploring what is throughout that active action. What is that person passing through, and what are we passing through? It's not only a sock that's been really discomforting for both of us, but it's a really important story that talks about our pain and the other people's pain. Acknowledgement. Now that we have opened the space and we start listening to what's going on, we need to welcome those feelings, welcome those sensations. Not only judge them and try to find a rational justification for it, but accept it as they are, accept it as they feel, accept it as how difficult they are. And with acknowledgement, we can jump now to exploring. So we notice the sensations are there, those feelings are there, those thoughts are there, and the sock still's there, but we can explore it, kind of invite each other and invite ourselves to delve on that pain, on what's behind it. Asking questions like, where did all this come from? What do you mean by that? Could you repeat? How does it feel? Or even within ourselves, what is that sensation? Where does this come from? Is that story that I'm telling about myself actually true? Could help us to go deeper in the sensation of the pain and go away from the narrative of trauma and understand our own experience in the present moment. Step number 5, connect. We have experienced this together. We have talked about it. I talked with myself. I found some understanding. Now I need to integrate it and move on to continue in another stage where we already have learned from that experience. We can grow from it. And as anything in life that requires challenges, we need to repeat. Because it's not an exercise that requires only once and will finish with one's reflective process, but it's a day-to-day exercise part of our lives. So, I'd like to finish with 3 messages that I think are important for today. First, the past will always be with us. Even though if we try to escape it, it will remain as part of our story. So we need to give the space to acknowledge them and explore it. Second, our pain can be a bridge to understanding ourselves and each other. So let's give the space to construct this path to explore our pain. And third, healing is about learning to work together, to hold our own stories while making space for others. Together, we can change the way we feel the pain. Together, we can change the way we heal. Together, we change. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nikki, for your profound exploration of how we can transform our relationships with trauma. And that concludes our penultimate session. What a thought-provoking time. Let's take a moment to reflect on what we've heard while enjoying a special performance from our Thai dancers. Can I please have a big round of applause to our Thai dancers who will come on stage now? Thank you. amazing performance, and thank you very much, guys, again. Now, we'll take a quick, short 10-minute break before we go into our final session. So I would much appreciate you guys be back in your seats within the next 10 minutes. Thank you. Hello everyone, just a quick 5-minute warning before we start our final session. Just a quick 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Welcome back everyone to our final session of the day. We have 2 more incredible speakers to share their stories and ideas with us before we conclude our TEDx event. Our next up, our 13th speaker of the day, is a superstar academic wonder, a triathlete, Vivan Manchani, who will be sharing his insights on resilience and growth with the title From Fear to Fuel, Turning Setbacks into Strength. He explores how shifting our mindsets on challenges can transform our lives and inspire others. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome on stage Vivan Manchani.
Raise your hand if you've ever held back from something or not given it your best. A month ago, I stood at the start line of a race, not knowing the outcome. My heart was thudding, my legs felt heavy, and fear gripped me. The fear of losing, the fear of not giving it my best, and the fear of failing. I asked myself, why am I so afraid? And that's when it hit me. Fear is not my enemy. Fear is merely contaminating faith, the belief in the wrong outcome instead of trusting my ability to rise. And at that moment, I made a choice. I choose to fight my stage fright and appear before you all. We all knowingly or unknowingly are afraid of something, but we always have a choice to face our fears. My name is Vivan Manchani. I am a dedicated runner and triathlete, and through sport, I've learned that our biggest battles are not fought on the track. They're fought in our minds. And today, I want to take you all on a journey through resilience, not just as a tool to overcome adversity, but as a way we can shift our mindset and build resilience. Our mindset affects our attitude and how we perceive our challenges. That affects our behavior, thus influencing our action. Now our action produces the result, and this result determines our future performance. Now this entire positive feedback loop is all based on your mindset. It acts to your advantage or your disadvantage based on your mindset. The only way to overcome adversity is through routine. Like the cycle, you need to challenge yourselves on a daily basis, repetitively, in order to overcome your fears. How many of you here have a daily routine? A show of hands, please. And like that routine, everything we do is habit forming. Goals, to start with. In a survey conducted in the US, 83% of people did not have goals, 14% had them but not in writing, and only 3% had written down goals. Now, out of this 3% is 42% more likely to achieve their goals compared to even the 14% who had their goals but not in writing. And that is the importance of writing down your goals. Everything we do, like writing down our goals, is habit forming. Discipline too. And the moment we choose to face our fears, instead of procrastinating, we can actually work on what we're supposed to do. Waiting for motivation doesn't work. Improvement is not automatic, and you have to choose it, because what you're not changing, you're choosing. Think of life as a puzzle, where we're both the creators and the players who ultimately win with what we build. Every piece might not fit up close, but when you step back and see the bigger picture, it all works out. Those pieces, those challenges you once wanted to avoid, are what complete the bigger picture. Now, instead of seeing them as roadblocks, you see these challenges as opportunities. And I'm sure that whenever you do something you don't want to do, like these challenges, you strengthen the part of your brain known as the anterior mid-cingulate cortex. The AMCC is basically the brain's resilience muscle. It teaches your body how to fight, adapt, and endure. So I'm sure all of us have hit a wall while studying, right? Or while doing a certain task. We might think, I'll do better next time. Or maybe like scrolling on our phone. That's normal. But if you would have chosen to maybe review one more page, solve one more problem, we will not only be studying for the test, but we will be preparing ourselves for challenges in the future. And that is the AMCC at work. So the AMCC basically means you choose discipline over ease, effort over complacency. And now the main way to strengthen this part of the brain comes back here. Vitamin N. As well said by the marathoner Eliud Kipchoge, vitamin N is the power to say no. No to excuses, no to distractions, and no to the voice in your head telling you that comfort is the answer. Now, I'm sure you guys all have notebooks. I want you to write down a challenge, and under it, what does it take to overcome that challenge? Just like a moment for that here. Okay. Now, I want you all to visualize yourself having already faced the challenge and conquered it. Visualize yourself having completed that challenge and gaining the experience from doing so. How does it feel? What type of a person did you have to become in order to do that? Now, from this point on, I want you all to live your life as though you've already completed the challenge, because this skill set you need to complete these challenges are all within you. Change starts from you. The moment the I can't becomes I can, we open the door to growth. We embrace difficulties as part of the process. Now, coming back to me, my dad and I have always enjoyed watching Formula 1. And throughout my childhood, I've had respiratory issues such as asthma and breathing difficulties. One day, I found this picture. This picture changed the way how I perceive fear and setbacks. This is an F1 driver who got into a brutal accident and had life-threatening injuries. He was stuck under a burning car for over a minute and was rushed to the ER. Now, with a show of hands, how long do you think it must have taken him to recover? Just guess. Back there. Shout it. 2 years. Oh, not really. So, he took 42 days to recover from life-threatening injuries and went back to the thing that got him there in the first place. 42 days later, he returned to racing. And just like his story, my story was inspired from him. I decided to turn my limitations into a challenge that I can overcome. One of my toughest moments came from when I got injured during training. It felt as though my career was crashing before it even took off. But then I came across this philosophy, the Japanese philosophy of Shikita Ganai. I shifted my focus on things I could control rather than the things I could not control. And that changed the way I think things. Because I could not control what happened to me, but I can control what I do now, right? So, one day, moving on, this is like a month later from that incident, I had a tough set. I could not complete the set and the timings that my coach gave me, and I was disappointed. But then my coach explained this to me, the rule of thirds. You're meant to feel good, okay, and bad in equal parts, because at the end of the day, a tough set is meant to be a tough set. That's the whole point of it. And in life, you won't always feel good about doing things. Surely, you've had moments where you've felt sad or frustrated like this. But that's normal because growth is not linear. In the world of sport, we break down ourselves in order to build ourselves back up. And that's something I've seen many athletes are afraid to do. You are never going to feel like it. And especially when running with athletes much faster than me, I felt embarrassed. I was scared. But that fear helped me become more resilient. Because of running with people much faster than me, my standards were uplifted. That just shows that mindset isn't personal. It's contagious. The way we push ourselves influences everyone around us. And at the end of the day, it's not just us, but we're creating something bigger than ourselves. Like when we carry weight together, it becomes lighter. Think of a time when a coach, a friend, or a stranger helped you push forward. And that is why resilience is collective. Now, when one person changes this fear into fuel, we create a movement, like a rocket trying to take off. Now, while this rocket is trying to take off, it sets a standard for everything else around it. Now think of life as a relay race. Each runner's effort propels the team forward. When we encourage and uplift each other, we create momentum, and that is the power of collective resilience. It happens when the you becomes a we. Now, one way I really like to do this is to repeat a slogan, a mantra, something that you can say to yourself to get back on track. So please take a moment and just write down something that you can say to yourself. A year from now, who will you be? That's not a question of fate. That is a question of action. So, let's take that first step. Not today, not tomorrow, today. Together we change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yvonne, for those powerful insights on fear into fuel for growth. Moving on to our final speaker of the day, we'll be looking at challenging us to rethink leadership and change making. In the title, The Force of Collaboration, Marcelina Zongnaba explores how collective action rather than individual leadership drives lasting change in our communities and beyond. Please welcome Marcelina to the stage.
So, hello everyone. Before any words, music first. So, for those who don't know, this is a single released in 2016 by Big Sean, Kanye West, and John Legend. And what convinced me to bring this speech to this TEDx today is that a few weeks ago, when I was peacefully listening to it, I reached this point where they were saying that one man can change the world. And today, in front of all of you, I take every single person here as witnesses for what I will say, but I strongly disagree with them. One man cannot change the world. And before anyone in the public raises their hand to try to argue against what I'm saying, hear me out and listen carefully to the following. Thomas Isidore Sankara was the president of Burkina Faso from 1984 to 1987. During his government, things changed drastically. Since its independence, it was the golden age of Burkina Faso. Women, for example, were not allowed to work in the posts of the government for decades. But during the government of Thomas Sankara, on 23 ministers standing, 2 of them were women. You may think that this is not a big number, but for this time, for this period, and for these mentalities, it was really a great revolution. Adding up to that, before 1984, Burkina Faso was going through a hard time of hunger. People were dying because they didn't have something to eat. But from 1984 to 1987, according to the article of Le Monde, Burkina Faso was able to attain its own sufficiency. And as a closing point, it's during that time that Burkina Faso got great and new infrastructures. As a summary, Thomas Sankara government made most of the people really happy and sustained. And his name went out of the border of Burkina Faso, reaching all the world, and until now is known as the Pan-Africanist. Moving on, Martin Luther King Jr. I'm sure a lot of you know about him. He's known as the one who changed a lot of things in USA. He fought against the racist system, against the racial segregation present in USA. And until now, his speeches continue to resonate high and high in everyone's mind. Nelson Mandela is known as the one who fought against the racist system of apartheid. He spent 27 years in prison because of his activism, got released, and made the promotion of peace to a point that he got the Nobel Prize of Peace in 1993, before to become that amazing president that all of us know about. I even stopped counting the number of speeches I hear always using his quote, reflecting the greatness of this man. Now, I think all of you might be like, yeah, we already know about these people. What's your point, Marceline? The thing here is that when I discovered about these people, I was looking for their lives through documentaries and articles, amazed by the changes that they made, and was thinking that maybe one day I could be like them. But the problem is that none of his documentaries, none of his articles were telling me explicitly what they did technically to make all of these changes that everyone is talking about. I mean, you are telling me that under Thomas Sankara government, people were sustained, well-fed, happier in general. But how did he do it? Was he using a magic thing to send food to everyone? Did he build this infrastructure by himself? You see, this kind of technical questions, answering how they did it, and deeply reflecting on it, contributed a lot to change my perception about many things. And the answer was people. Thomas Sankara didn't do it, but the Burkinabe people did it. And here is my point. We often celebrate great leaders as the driving force behind changes. But his story, the real story, tells us a different story. Thomas Sankara, for example, his vision for self-sufficiency and economic independence was strong, powerful, yet it was the collective effort of all the Burkinabe people that truly changed things in Burkina Faso. For Martin Luther King Jr., who inspired the millions and the millions of people because of the changes he made. But it was the thousands and the thousands of activists marching, protesting, organizing. It's them who truly changed civil rights in USA. And the same can be seen with Nelson Mandela, whose leadership was really strong, yet It was the resistance and the resilience of South Africans that truly dismantled apartheid. In other words, these people didn't do it alone. There were thousands and thousands, not to say millions, of people in the back, pushed by this desire of change. It's them who truly change things. Now, let's all be clear. My purpose here is not to make you see these leaders less than usually. No, these people were extraordinary. They were amazing. Not because they acted alone, but because they had this rare ability to guide the people toward a common goal and take full responsibility over collective actions. And that is amazing. We need to account for it. But by accounting for it, we should not forget the people in the back who truly did the job. Now, I think you understand more why I was strongly disagreeing with John Legend, Kanye West, and Big C. No one, absolutely no one, no humankind can change the world alone. It can inspire, it can guide, but technically, it cannot make this change alone. It might seem too obvious, but understanding this opens a door to a deeper consideration of a lot of situations. You start to acknowledge that history isn't shaped by one heroic figure standing alone, but by a whole community. I related this situation with my own experience. In my country, there's a political insecurity happening since 2015. In Burkina Faso, and from 2022, the population started to be really mad at the government. We were all convinced that it was the lack of action that conducted the country to this situation. And after a time of manifestation, a coup occurred, directed by Colonel Paul-Henri Sandaogo Damiba, the head of a military group. We all agree here that when a coup occurs in your country, it's a time of sadness, when everybody's scared, afraid for what will happen to them, what will happen to the country, right? But guess what? It was not the case at all. In contrast, people were really happy. A lot of people went out to support this new president. Crazy, you'll say, but all of his actions reflect our mentalities of idolizing leaders. We were all convinced that we got our man, our Messiah, the one who's going to get us out from this hell. But the ink is that not even 5 months later, things were not moving positively at all. In contrast, it was getting worse and worse. More people were being killed, and more people were being displaced. The population noticed it again and started to manifest. And by stopping by here, we all notice how idolizing leaders can make things worse for us. Laying down on one man, thinking that only him can make all of these changes that all of us want is, let's say it, dangerous. 8 months after Damiba coup, another coup occurred again in the country, this time directed by Captain Ibrahim Traoré, the head of a military group again. And once again, the cycle repeated. People were happy for that coup, went to support this new president. Obviously, we didn't learn from our mistakes. But this time, weirdly or fortunately, things went differently. And from the year 2022, on 2 million of people who got displaced because of the war, 190,000 of them got back their hometown. And adding up to that, according to the agents ECOFIN, Burkina Faso economy is planning to grow up during this year of 2025. Amazing! Yeah, things are moving. But we should not forget to add that Ibrahim Traoré came up with a new approach. And one thing I did not tell you is that when Ibrahim Traore came to the power, the first speech he made was exactly about collaboration. It spoke so directly to the people, and it shaped everyone. It made us realize that we were in a way responsible for what was happening because we didn't take responsibility and act for the changement that we wanted. In other words, it recalled us that we were able to do the changement that we wanted. And from that, I would like to recall you that changement, it's about uniting. It's about amplifying each other's strength. It's about including everyone and working together toward what we believe is right and just. This truth becomes even more powerful when we realize that changement is only a matter of coming together. Actually, it's the only way for things to ever change. Together we change is more than a reality. It is a fact. And most of us here, we usually repeat it. We carry it in our minds and in our hearts. But saying it or thinking it is not enough. Changement is something that we create together. And now, when you will be thinking on how can I change the world, ask you first the question to know, how can I bring people together toward a common goal so we can work together to make this change? Because it's only together that we change. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Marceline, for that inspiring perspective on the power of collaboration and how not one person can make a difference, but it requires all of us to do that. What a great way to end. As we come to the close of our TEDxYouWC Thailand event, I want to reflect on what we have experienced today through the lens of our theme, Together We Change. We've explored 14 remarkable talks from 14 remarkable individuals with different stories and perspectives and ideas from different backgrounds and cultures, from breaking free of overthinking to understanding AI's role in our national destinies. Today's speakers have challenged us to see the world differently and take these insights beyond this room. Which leads on to my next point. TEDx is not just about ideas on the stage and all of us together in this room, but it's how they grow through us, through each of us. I encourage you to reflect, discuss, and bring these ideas to life in our community and society outside of this room. A huge thank you to our sponsors, IAS, Carnival Magic, Project Artisan, and all companies that supported us to make this event possible. Special thank you to our organizing team, especially Nikki, Amrita, the financial team, Kun Thomas, Kun Om, and Kun Vera for their dedication. Without them, none of this would be possible, so can we get a round of applause for them? Also, can we have one final round of applause for our amazing speakers who've been here today and prepared so hard. And finally, the conversations that began here don't end here, and they don't stay in this room. I encourage you to continue discussing these ideas, to challenge them and to build upon them, and perhaps most importantly, to act upon them. And with that, thank you all for being here as a part of TEDxYouWC Thailand 2025. Thank you. Also, everyone, quick reminder, the t-shirts are discounted now to only 240 baht each. We only have a couple left, so it's 240 baht each for a t-shirt. Thank you very much.